Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. So this is day 2 of a live stream. Like, here I am wanting to take a break because, I have so many other things that I need to get done. But then there was like this avalanche of Canadian news going on to the point where I did a live stream. It was really long yesterday. Granted, the newsy part was only about 4 hours, but then we needed to decompress because we were dealing with some really tough stories. And so it was almost 5 hours long. People were pushing it, saying I should stay on for 5. I was done at, 4 hours and 50 minutes. But the thing is that even though I did that entire live stream, I only covered about half of what I wanted to cover. That's how much news has been happening here in Canada. And these are just strictly Canadian stories that I'm covering. There's so much. It'd be nice if like everything just kind of cooled down for a bit so I can get all my other projects done. Because I still need to like chop these up and post them and lots of work involved. And I want to get those other things done so I can stop worrying about them and just bring my anxiety down. But these are too important and people need to know. And I love you guys. So I'm doing this. So let's see. So far in the Sandbox, we have Soul Life, Looney Tunes, 9000, Shemagli, and MIDI Doctors. Oh, Monop as well. Hello, hello, hello. So, lots of news for you today. Oh, I forgot to do my breaking news yesterday for Canadian news. I'll have to remember to do it today because it's a little fun little go-between. Yeah, so hopefully everyone is doing all right. Everyone is recovered from yesterday's live stream. I'm still working on it. Yeah. Okay, so why don't we just kind of get into it? So this is a little bit more of a follow-up on yesterday, because of course, and that's with the protests going on the university campuses, because when I covered it yesterday, not all information had been kind of out yet. Things were still new and breaking, and there's still a couple points that should probably be acknowledged in this. So this part shouldn't take too long, but let's get to it. So we have, I covered a lot of the protests at the University of Calgary yesterday, but there was also another student protest at the University of Alberta, which, not shockingly, both are located in Alberta, and Alberta is run by a conservative government who really dislikes students and education and healthcare and intelligence of any sort, and is homophobic, transphobic, poorphobic, all of that. And she likes sucking up to the likes of like Tucker Carlson and all that sort of stuff. And she said on camera that she would hope the police get involved and crack down on the students type thing. And so it's important to point out from Sean Carlton here, just mentioning earlier this year, University of Alberta said their hands were tied about a residential school genocide denier speaking fundraising on campus despite pressure from students and faculty. Today, they immediately called in riot police to crack down on their students for protesting a genocide. You can see there's a little bit of a thread there, One is denying genocide, and that's allowed to go full steam ahead, but as soon as they start protesting against an actual genocide that's happening right now, Well, then we gotta call in the police and crack down on that. People are allowed to deny the genocides all they want, but as soon as you acknowledge and start pushing back against genocides, well, then we have problems. That is not a good look for the government, no. To, have people speaking and denying the genocides this country is responsible for, while harming students that are speaking out against the genocide that is occurring in epic proportion right now in Gaza. Got a little hair on my lip and it's driving me crazy. Just a second. Sorry, I am like super sensitive to like little wisps of hair that you can barely see but you can feel. And when I get them on my lips or on my eyes, the problem is that there's such a little wisp of hair, I can't actually see it. So just a moment while I totally put my face in this mirror. Just a second. Got it. Sometimes they happen on my eyeballs, but sometimes they happen on my lips, and because of lipstick and stuff, super annoying. I'm super, super sensitive to that type of feeling and stuff. That's just autistic me. Anyway, that totally interrupted what we were doing. Yeah. So, as far as the Alberta Conservative government is concerned, denying genocides this country is responsible for, go right ahead. Fighting against the genocide that another country is currently committing, gotta crack down on that. And so there is some footage from the crackdown on the University of Alberta campus. And this is from Terrell Tailfeathers. He was at the University of Calgary protest when the police were cracking down on them. And he says, this is what's happening right now. This is going to have lasting impacts on University of Alberta as people around the world watch the brutality you inflict on your students by sending riot cops on them. And let's just back up a bit. And you can see the police were just wailing on the student with nightsticks for no reason.
Bunch of tough guys!
Like they had just set up this camp earlier that day. And just from Sana Saeed, horrifying scenes from U of Calgary. So again, compare and contrast, this is what's happening at Calgary. And again, they had just been set up for a day. So University of Calgary, which called the police on protesters within the first day, they allegedly used tear gas and shot paintballs at protesters. Shame on U of C. Also, same police that arrested a Muslim man in November 2023 for saying, "From the river to the sea." That's arrest worthy apparently, and having protesters within a day having this type of brutality unleashed on them.
We just had an explosion here. They just tear gas people. They're coming. Okay, they're shooting. Oh God. Oh my God, they're shooting. They're shooting paintballs at people.
And some might think, ooh, paintballs, that's not a big deal. But actually, if you're not wearing the proper gear, like protection against paintballs, they can bruise, crack ribs. If you get one in the face, that's not good. And I have serious doubts how well these officers were trying to aim. Like, just the idea of a police officer going on to students with this type of pose and tactic, ready to just shoot down people who were peacefully protesting. Like, they weren't causing a disturbance, they were peacefully protesting there, camping out. Like, you would see, like, chances are this was more chill than you would get at most provincial park camping sites. And there they are tearing down the tents, almost like it was an encampment in a park with unhoused people, you know, just treated the same way. We see that type of response from police all the time. They just don't like encampments, from the sounds of it.
I got the tear gas in my eyes.
You brought it here.
We just
And there's more. That apparently is age-restricted adult content, and I refuse to put my birthday into Twitter because I don't want people to know my birthday or my age. I know I could lie, but then I have to remember what that lie is. And then some people might actually think that's my birthday and start saying happy birthday to me on a day that's not my birthday, because even though you can hide it from people, Twitter is just so bad that when you click on somebody's bio, there's a split second where you can actually see their birthday, even if it's hidden. So this is from Taylor McNally. I don't ever want to hear again how cops in Canada are somehow better than cops in the US. We've seen time and time again what these gangs will do, are capable of, and what they will get away with. Abolition and nothing less. And yeah, can't see. How about this footage? Oh yeah, also can't see. Age restricted. State violence is reserved for those who oppress genocide, not those who support it. Jewish and Muslim students being attacked by police. Disgraceful. Can't see it because, I refuse to put my birthday into Twitter. And this is from Heather McPherson. So again, this is trying to get Canadians familiar with the names of our politicians. And so she is an MP for Edmonton, and she is an NDP MP. So that is federal level. And she's one of the few in Alberta, because Alberta's mostly blue. And Heather speaks up quite a bit. So she's one of the better NDP members, I find. And so she's just tweeting out here, I'm appalled by the actions at the University of Alberta and the Edmonton Police Service. This is the same service that arrested an Indigenous woman who was doing journalism covering when the Edmonton police was brutally taking down an encampment of unhoused people in a park, where they actually slammed one man onto the ground on frozen ground with his stomach exposed, and they actually arrested her and were quite aggressive with her and charged her with things that were eventually dropped because they didn't have any merit. That's the type of police that they have in Edmonton. So is it shocking that they just seem so anxious to go in there and do this to the students? Not really. Because a common theme I see from these police taking down these encampments is they look eager. Like, this is fun. Like, this is something like, hoorah, we get to do this, which is just totally gross. You know, they're the people that are supposed to be protecting the community, not traumatizing the community. But those of us who are in the know that was actually never the case. Their whole point was to control the community, and that quite often involves traumatizing it. But to protect it, no, they only protect a certain class of people. Using militarized police to violently attack and break up peaceful protests goes against everything the university is supposed to stand for. The stories and images coming from campus this morning are shocking. The students and faculty who organized this protest went out of their way to ensure that it was peaceful, respectful, and inclusive of all. And we've seen this especially like in Toronto and other campuses where they are very well organized. They have code of conducts, they have media representatives who have specific talking points to go over. They are peaceful because they don't want to provoke the police at all, or they don't want to provoke the Zionists that will often come in and be the violent ones. But despite all of that, the police still went in and violently attacked these students. Student movements have a long history of protesting against injustice, hatred, and war. Student protests like this should be recognized as playing a key role in peace building. The protesters were not a threat to anyone, were not preventing any university activities. Still, they were met with force and violence. The University of Alberta betrayed its students, faculty, and its mission. I am heartbroken. So again, that is Heather McPherson, NDP MP for Edmonton. And so here we have Florence Ashley. She's a trans femme bioethicist and assistant professor at the University of Alberta. And she was just trying to make some points and push back against, what the premier, Danielle Smith, was saying, and what some of the university and the police were saying, is that all these students were trespassing. They were trespassing on university grounds, so that's what gave them the right to go in and brutally attack them. And so she says, people are claiming that sending police after University of Alberta students is okay because the university grounds are private property and that students were thus trespassing. As a law professor, let me state this is a gross mischaracterization of the law. University grounds are essentially considered public property for the purpose of student protests. The Alberta Court of Appeal has ruled the regulation of students' expression on campus property is governmental in nature and subject to the Canadian Charter. As the court explained, the ability of students to learn and to debate, to share ideas is not only a central feature of the core purpose of the university, but also the grounds of the university are physically designed to ensure that the capacity of each student to learn, debate, and share ideas is in a community space. This means that the university's decision to trespass people are subject to the Canadian Charter and must conform with the rights of freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, association, and life and liberty and security of the person. The university simply cannot use its ownership of the ground to suppress student speech or in a way that violates their rights. It is a little different from a protest on, say, legislative ground. And for more on the right to protest in Alberta, see a blog post by 3 esteemed law professors at the University of Calgary. And in case some people think this is a marginal opinion, here are a few much more experienced colleagues saying essentially the same thing. That is tiny. So, Alberta University encampment removal likely violates protesters' constitutional rights, legal experts say. It looks like to me they've engaged in a kind of mass violation of protesters' constitutional rights. Yeah, that looks like a violation of rights right there. And it's important for people to remember, this is just a day, one day that they have been set up. The Freedom Convoy in Ottawa, terrorizing the citizens of that city, was going on for almost a month before the federal government finally had to step in and crack down on it. I wonder what the difference was. And yesterday I showed you the footage of the Coutts Border Freedom Convoy truckers, where the police were hugging it out with them, despite the fact that there was a group within that particular cell of the Freedom Convoy that was conspiring to actually murder RCMP officers. But they were hugging it out and singing "Oh Canada" and happy together. But students just setting up camp on their campus, engaging in their freedom of expression, brutal crackdown by the police within a day. They weren't harming anyone. They weren't traumatizing anyone. They weren't sitting there on their truck horns, blaring noise 24/7. They weren't disrupting people from going about their day. But they had to be cracked down on, and the Freedom Convoy people, they could just do whatever, bring in hot tubs, gasoline, supplies, set up their own structures of sorts all over the place, impede traffic, impede people from getting to their place of business, their homes, keeping them up all hours of night. That's okay for almost a month. But this? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Actions taken by the police at the University of Calgary and University of Alberta to remove pro-Palestinian encampments on campus likely violated protesters' charters rights, legal scholars say. One 2020 decision on the Court of Appeal of Alberta gives the argument that greater weight than in the other provinces, those experts say, because it says a university's oversight of speech and protest on campus is guided by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It looks to me they've engaged in a kind of mass violation of protesters' constitutional rights, said Bruce Ryder, a constitutional scholar and professor at York University Osgoode Hall Law School. Pro-Palestine encampments calling for the University of Calgary and University of Alberta to divest themselves from Israeli-linked investments, among other requests, were swiftly dismantled on Thursday night and Saturday morning. One of U of C campus erected early Thursday morning was taken down later that night by Calgary police, with authorities using non-lethal munitions, including tear gas and flashbangs, to disperse the demonstrators. Non-lethal is a generous way of saying it. Not intentionally lethal, let's put it that way. Flash grenades, tear gas, flashbangs. They were using paintballs. You never know. Like, that's violence, and any sort of violence in the wrong, like oh, what's the phrase? There's a certain phrase in my head that I'm trying to get when everything is just in a certain situation that it can accumulate into a lethal situation for someone, depending on what else is happening in their life and what else, their health and all that sort of stuff, or just happenstance of where they get hit and all that. 5 people were arrested, CPS Chief Mark Neufeld said. A similar situation played out on UNFA campus Saturday morning, 2 days after an encampment had been set up on university ground. Video protests posted by encampment organizers showed police striking protesters with batons and arresting demonstrators. Edmonton police say 3 people were arrested, one of whom is facing charges of assaulting a police officer. My guess is they were just trying to defend themselves. That's just my guess. I don't know. Like, you're not allowed to fight back in these situations. The police can do whatever they want, though. In 2020, the Court of Appeal of Alberta determined in the case between U Alberta and Pro-Life and Governors of the University of Alberta and British Columbia Civil Liberties Association that the University of Alberta, and therefore all universities in Alberta, were subject to the Charter in relation to regulation of freedom and expression by students on university grounds. The decision was in response to a case that asked the court to determine whether the charter applied to U of A's handling of a students' group request to organize an anti-abortion event. Oh, so that's... No, anti-abortion event, okay. I was just I'm getting my wires crossed, but... Oh. The decision provides clear guidelines regarding what permitted on the university ground in Alberta, Ryder said. That answer is less clear in other provinces where activities allowed on university campuses are more often subject to police policies of each university. It does mean that there is at least initially a right to protest, and that right includes encampments on university grounds, says Richard Moon, a law professor at the University of Windsor. There are several active questions regarding why the 2 universities took similar recourse to disperse the encampment, particularly around the police's heavy-handed approach, said Irina Surek, an assistant law professor at the University of Windsor. I think it is likely to be an illegal use of Alberta's trespass statute because it's very clear that trespass, when it's being issued, that still engages the charter. She said, there's going to have to be a balancing between the university's right to determine access to its space and the freedom of expression of student protesters. The legitimacy and the legality of those trespass notices is absolutely going to be something that's going to have to be determined by a court. Okay, so the article is available in the Calgary Herald for anyone who wishes to read the rest of it, but we kind of get the gist of it. And here's a little speech from Naomi Klein that I came across that I thought was very good, and she was at the University of Toronto. So the difference between feelings and reality. And this was posted by Samira Mohyedian. Sorry, names. I need like a disclaimer up on my screen at all times that I will not get people's name.
But what we've seen in the press is a concerted attempt to falsely frame this explicitly political conflict as an identity conflict, right? A conflict over whether or not Jewish students feel safe and included. And there are many Jewish students here. We're going to celebrate Shabbat soon. But I want to unpack this a little bit because I think it's important. It's getting repeated here and about other camps, so I really want to spend a little time on it, okay? It sets a very dangerous precedent if we accept that this is grounds for massive state repression and crushing of political speech and academic freedom. It is the nature of political protests that we often do not feel welcome when we go to protests that are organized with people who have different worldviews than us. I would not feel comfortable if I were to go to a Polyev rally, okay? Now, I would not have a right to say, if I didn't feel comfortable there, that I was physically threatened unless I was physically threatened, right? That would be an experience of political disagreement. And I want to stretch this a little bit for us to.
I really like this point because it covers a lot of issues that one person's discomfort shouldn't be grounds to take away the rights of somebody else. And when we get into queer-related issues, which we're going to be talking about more today, that is definitely part of the case. Like, somebody uncomfortable in a public washroom because there's a trans person there doesn't mean that they are threatened in any way. And that's no grounds to then take away the rights of the trans people to be able to use the washroom that they identify with. And that's a right-wing issue in particular, that whenever they feel uncomfortable, that they don't want to feel comfortable anymore. So instead of dealing with that discomfort, they just want it to go away. They want it to disappear. They want to put laws in place to make sure that they're never exposed to that discomfort, as opposed to just, looking inward and trying to figure out why they feel that discomfort in the first place, or just being an adult about it and dealing with it.
Think about this. Narendra Modi is currently running for a third term, okay? He is a very dangerous person. He has brought fascism to India. If there was a rally on this campus of Muslim and Sikh students who named that, who said that this represented a fascist turn in India, it could very well be that some Hindu students might say that they felt unsafe, because of that. And you know what? They could very well feel unsafe because of that. But that doesn't mean that they are unsafe. It doesn't mean that they're under threat. Because what we have to understand is that this is what ethno-nationalism does. It entwines individual and personal identity with a project of state building, so that when that state is attacked, it feels like a personal attack. Now, in the case of Zionism, it is a particularly potent move because the whole history of Zionism is entwined with the long history of Jewish trauma. And Israel positions itself falsely as the only safe place for Jews. I don't accept that. I demand that Canada be safe for Jews. Okay? But because of the particular nature of this state building project that has entwined Jewish identity with this state building project and the issue of Jewish safety, when some people who are immersed in that ideological project see a Palestinian flag, hear a chant for Palestinian liberation, they may feel unsafe. That does not mean they are unsafe. And the media has to stop parroting that line, because it will not just stop here. It will extend and extend. And I am very proud, as I said, to be part of groups like JVP, which are trying very hard and are part of a growing movement of disentangling Jewish identity from this ideological state building process. It is a liberation movement, and you're going to see a little bit of it at the Shabbat ceremony.
Yeah, especially right now, with the actions of the Israeli government and the IDF and what they're doing, I'd argue that Canada and the United States is a far safer place for Jewish people than Israel is. By far. Israel is actively making it more hostile for Jewish people to live there. You know, it is this idea of their own land and stuff. At what cost? Because this is not going to end well for them. I don't, like, it's hard to think about what their end goal is. Like, it's hard to think because you don't want to think about it. You don't want to think that their end goal is to actually just wipe out all the Palestinians, all 2 million of them. But that's the course of the actions that they're taking. If they refuse to allow other countries to at least give humanitarian aid, you have that population will starve to death. That isn't going to end well for the people in Israel either, because that sets them up for all sorts of recourse from other nations. And just the retaliation attacks towards them as well. Like, it is, they are not doing their job of what they initially had set out to do. I don't know what, like, it is one of the things, like, settler colonialism. They set out to do these horrible things with this belief that it's never going to come around to bite them in the end. And that's the F around and find out on a national scale. Yeah, I feel that Jewish people are probably a lot safer in Canada and the United States than they are in Israel right now. By far. Okay, let's check the Sandbox. Looks like we have a lot of conversation going on. My dogs are goth. I hate the police here so much. This doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it really is depending on what municipality you're in as to what kind of treatment you can sort of expect. Like in Toronto, if you're unhoused, if you live with poverty, it's going to be bad. It's going to be quite bad. I haven't seen that type of action in the area that I live in, even though there are encampments, but one was done, it's set up on regional ground. And I covered this a long time ago, and there was actually a court case about it, and they were granted permission to keep that encampment because the city was not providing viable alternative options for them. So because there was nowhere else for the people in the encampment to go, it was ruled that they have a right to stay there. see. Jar, as an alum of the U of A, this frustrates me. Campus life cares so much about social causes. Even the frats and sororities are mostly focused around community work. Shemagli, I eat meat, but my cat is vegan. I'm pretty sure if you eat your cat, that's not being vegan. You make it sound like your cat is a vegan choice for a meal. Shemagli, Albertans think they should succeed and join the US. There's been movements, but it's not going to happen, at least nowhere in the near future. It's the same as Quebec went through a lot of that as well, and there was even a referendum held on that to separate from Canada. And when it comes down to it, it's simply the logistics is too much because it's the economies that are entwined. It's what kind of currency do you use? It's, then needing to get your own passports and licensing and get your own economy up and going, and then you don't get the handouts from the federal government that you used to get, and you're basically cut off and on your own. And it's more or less like teenagers, or not even teenagers, but like tweens that are upset and say, I'm going to run away, and they pack a bag and they walk around the block and come home because they realize they can't do it on their own. Like, that's pretty much what it is. It's more they just want to make a point that they're not happy, but they're doing it in a very toxic way. Shemagli, weird how Polyev went out of his way to meet those weirdos. Wacko behavior, one might say. Maybe. Jar, Smith even has said she sees herself as same as an American governor, whatever that means. I am pretty sure, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure I've seen her make reference to things like the First Amendment or the founding fathers of Canada and things of that sort, which we don't have. That's an American thing. Like, we don't have a First Amendment here in Canada. That's an American thing. But I am fairly certain I've heard her quote like American law or history legalese in reference to Canada. And part of that is, too, again, just the lack of education in Canada and how invested Canadians tend to be with American happenings more so than they are with Canadian. Because most Canadians probably can't tell you who their favorite prime minister was of all time. I know I can't, because I don't know enough about them. All I know is that they were all, except for one exception, white men. And the one woman was only in power for less than a year. And that was a glass cliff scenario. But they're all settlers. Like, it's just, they're all of the same ilk. But part of that is, like, we don't have the same media as down in the States. In the States, they have, like, historical movies, or not even, like, accurate historical movies, but they're constantly being referenced in different ways. And that just simply doesn't happen here in Canada because we don't have that same entertainment industry going on. And I've talked about this before, how we need, like, more Canadian type movies based on our own history and things that have happened, just to get Canadians more aware of who our politicians are, what they did, how we got to where we are. Because, most Canadians don't know how many prime ministers we've had. I've looked up the number, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Yet, in the States, that's sometimes how they even refer to themselves, is by their number. So it is very important that Canadians get more plugged into the politics here so that it's hard to change the system when you don't know how it works. Uh, let's see. Add Lefty, Alberta, and Florida to both succeed and create a real South Redneck Confederation. Somebody in one of the comments on a YouTube video was asking me what they thought the Florida of Canada was. And it's like, okay, everyone knows it's Alberta. I haven't really been reading the comments much lately on my YouTube videos. Sorry about that, everyone. It's just the trolls have noticed my channel, and so I find a lot of it isn't constructive feedback, to say the least. The best way to say a comment that I'll notice is if you're in the sandbox. And if you really want me to notice it, you put some numbers with it. But I understand. I know my audience, and I appreciate everyone just for coming out and doing what you can. And I know a lot of you, if you could afford super chats, you would. So don't stress about it. And hopefully if you have something that you really want my opinion on, I'll see it in the sandbox as we're going by. Yeah, because somebody during the live stream I was having with the letter hack about relationships, I saw later on somebody actually had a really interesting question that I could have gone into detail about, but I missed it because they didn't do anything to highlight my name either, because sometimes people would just put like at Sandy, but that doesn't highlight it. You need to actually put the channel name. Jeff the Heathen, I feel uncomfortable in a public washing if there's a priest in there. Lefty, JFC weirdos, stop thinking about other human beings, just trying to piss and shit in peace, disgusting, noisy little creepers. You see, the thing that creeps me out in public washrooms, far beyond whatever gender they might be, I don't understand this, but it's happened multiple times, where I go into a large washroom, like multiple stalls, and lots and like, I'm not kidding, I'm not talking about like 2 or 3 stalls, like up to 6 to 10. And I go in and it's empty. No one else is in there. And I walk, check to see which one looks clean and whatnot. And then while I'm in there, somebody else will come into the washroom and go in the stall right next to me. I do not understand that at all. But it's happened so many times because I'm like, can you please just give me your space? Because I have a bit of a shy bladder, for one thing. But I also just find it weird. Like, why would you want to, if you have the option not to piss right next to someone, why would you? Like, I don't understand that. But it happens all the time. Like, is it a neurotypical thing that you don't want to be lonely in the washroom? Like, or you're worried that you might be out of toilet paper, which is why you should always check before you sit, I don't get that mentality at all. And that would creep me out far more than anything else that would happen. Bob Trish, I'm from a part of Louisiana where there are a lot of Acadian people. That's where the Cajun came from in the French. It was a lot of people from Canada. Let's see. Okay. Shemagli, the rule is leave one urinal space whenever possible, at least one. Yeah, I would imagine like even urinals, that would be more important to leave some space because there's no barriers even. And I hear that they like to check each other out very subtly, but it's never really that subtle. Anyway, so what should we get to next? We have some federal politics shenanigans. we have some provincial politics shenanigans and some queer-related issues. I think I'll end with the queer stories. So let's see. Well, it was in this tab, so we'll start with the what is this? This is provincial politics. There's a little bit of a crossover with federal, but we'll get into it. And some more policing issues, which I think is apt considering what we just covered. So, feds sidestep Ontario as spat over $357 million for affordable housing ends. The federal government is set to sideline Ontario from a housing fund worth hundreds of millions of dollars after more than a month of public tensions over how it is spent and accusations the province is failing to build. I'm okay with the federal government doing this because so often the money is given to provincial governments for healthcare, education, housing, and they just piss it away. Like there was $4.4 billion in COVID funding that went to Ontario that just went unaccounted for. And if you can't trust the province to handle the money accordingly, why give it? Like, at what point do you kind of look at that situation and say to yourself, maybe we shouldn't just be handing over the money to the province. And since this money is allocated for municipal spending, why don't we just give it to the municipalities? Then there's at least a better chance that it's going to be spent on what it was meant to be spent on. At the beginning of May, Federal Housing Minister Sean Fraser told his Ontario counterpart, Paul Calandra, that he would not send the province $357 million it was expecting for affordable housing projects. And again, it is Doug Ford isn't keen on affordable housing. Like, he's just not. He has banned fourplexes from a lot of places. All of the places that he's building new housing on are mansions, like big houses that nobody can afford. And he's doing it just because it helps line the pockets of his real estate buddies. That's all it is. It's all corruption. The feds will go straight to local service managers with the money instead. That change means Ontario won't be refunded for money it has already spent and will have less control over what is built. The federal government has made every effort to reach an agreement with Ontario, Fraser wrote. I am disappointed that through your rejection of the conditional approval of you have decided to forgo the federal funding that would reimburse Ontario for investments it makes under our agreement. And this is again just Doug Ford constantly whining about spending and, oh, we need housing and we need this. Through his actions, they just aren't getting that money anymore. Like, this is directly the fault of Doug Ford. Calandra said he had no problem with Ottawa going straight to the service managers who provide affordable housing in Ontario and told reporters he had said as much to Fraser. They decided to unilaterally withhold $357 million because they disagree with us on how we should distribute that money, Calandra said during a question period on Monday. For weeks, we've been saying it's distributed through our service managers. Now the big bad federal minister of housing is going to punish Ontario. Did you know how? By distributing the money the same way we have done it for the last 35 years through our service managers. Okay, this is an adult speaking. An adult speaking, like a politician speaking during question period. So that's in the parliament buildings. Saying now the big bad federal minister of housing is, they're going to do the thing that we would have done anyway. And yet the right constantly accuses the left and center people of crying. And here they are feeling so hurt that it's like, Okay, the federal government doesn't trust you and they're going to do what you would have done anyway, so maybe if we could trust you, then it wouldn't be such a big deal. Fraser's decision potentially marks the end of a feud between the two that has been going on since the middle of March. The issue became public when Fraser wrote to Calandra accusing Ontario of failing to meet its obligations for how it spent money under a 2018 bilateral agreement called the National Housing Strategy. He said the province lagged far behind other places in Canada and wouldn't be able to meet the promises it had made when it signed up for the money, Fraser said. He asked to see how Ontario would meet a target of almost 20,000 new affordable houses by 2028, a request he said was denied. Because Ontario is lagging far behind its provincial and territorial counterparts when it comes to building more affordable housing units, I believe the request to see details on Ontario's plan was reasonable, Fraser wrote in his May 1st letter. Yeah, I would say so. Affordable housing desperately needed. And when all the new housing being built, so you tear down buildings that people are living in that has affordable rent. And when you tear down those buildings to build new apartment buildings and they're not affordable, so not only are they not making new affordable homes, they're taking them away at the same time. So even with the population increase and everything, they keep on subtracting the supply of affordable housing that already exists. Because I'm not against tearing down an old apartment building to build a new one with a lot more units in it or something of that sort. But if people were living there and those were affordable apartments for them, that needs to be replaced. Not the market rent affordable, which the government likes to preach, the 80% of market rent. It needs to be affordable for the people that were already living there. Calandra, on the other hand, said that Ontario had kept its end of the bargain but needed to spend a significant sum of its money on renovating old units. He said Ottawa had refused to count them as progress despite keeping stock in the system. Oh, they didn't count them the way that you wanted? You mean the way that Doug Ford counts his new housing by including long-term care beds? Like that? Or like college dorm rooms? Those types of housing being now counted towards Doug Ford's new housing? Despite threatening to withhold the money, the federal government has opted to simply bypass the provincial and hand the $357 million directly to service managers. I want to assure you that the full amount of this funding, which was meant to flow through the province, will nevertheless be used to make investments in affordable housing and housing supports for the most vulnerable in Ontario and will be delivered directly by the federal government, Fraser wrote in a May 1st letter, service managers in Ontario. Speaking at Queen's Park on Monday, Calandra said that he had been told for weeks by the federal government they didn't agree with the plan before they decided to fund service managers directly. I fully expect that the federal government, now having agreed with us, that this is the best way to do the province of Ontario with $357 million, and that we can continue on doing really good work that we've accomplished with the National Housing Strategy, Calandra told reporters. Anyway. That has been provably false by the Conservative government here. They have not met their targets, and even the targets, the numbers that they have given are manipulated because of what they're including as new housing units. And more on just housing and affordable housing here in Ontario. Sarah Jama, Independent, MPP of Ontario, which, again, really fantastic politician we have. Ontario has become unlivable. To rectify this, I'm tabling a set of motions alongside Hamilton, Acorn, and the Accessible Housing Network of Ontario next Monday to push Ford Nation to eliminate above guideline rent increases. Give collective bargaining rights to tenant organizations, apply universal design principles to Ontario Building Code, and commit building accessible housing. And commit to building accessible housing. It'd be nice if there was a party actually going for this, as opposed to an independent, like if the NDP had actually been trying to promote this and get this in place, because it is really good stuff that they're asking for. I wish I could make this bigger for people when it's in this screen. Let's see if I do this. Does it make, no, that doesn't make it bigger that way. Twitter doesn't make this too easy. It's pretty tiny on there, isn't it? Let's see. So motion in support of renters' rights in Hamilton, whereas application for rent increases above guidelines have doubled in Ontario since 2003. Part of that is Doug Ford got rid of rent control here in Ontario. Whereas fewer than 24 corporate landlords filed most of the application to raise rents above provincial guidelines for most of 2022, exploiting the cost of living crisis impacting many Ontarians to make profit. Whereas 20 landlords in Ontario filed over half of the 470 applications in the first 8 months of 2022, with the top 5 filing over a quarter, exploiting the cost of living crisis impacting many Ontarians in order to make profit. Not surprising. Like, they're just raising the rent any way that they can because the Doug Ford government is making it easy for them. Whereas applications for above guidelines increases, AGIs, are a common way to pressure long-time tenants to vacate their rental units, allowing landlords to raise the rent to market rates for new tenants. That gets into like rent evictions, or the landlord saying, I'm moving into your unit, so you need to move out, only to then like a month later move out themselves so that they can give it over to a new tenant at market rate. Market rent is no longer affordable across Ontario, and people are either currently experiencing or on the verge of homelessness due to above guidelines rent increases. The Landlord Tenant Board, LTB, system is backlogged and broken. That, in the opinion of the House, the above guideline rent increases should be eliminated from the Residential Tenancies Act. Motion 2, collective bargaining rights for tenants. And she gets into how there's examples across this country of people being able to collectively bargain and fight for their rights. But this one, again, this so often goes unacknowledged by the government. And it's part of the reason why she is such an amazing politician. What about people with disabilities? You know, where are their rights? And so part of her motion is motion 3, accessible housing. Whereas the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and the Ontario Human Rights Code prohibit discrimination on the basis of disability. Whereas people with disabilities have been trapped in their apartments during power disruptions. And a lot of people during the heat waves and stuff of that sort, you know, when the power went out, they were unable, like if you rely on a wheelchair for mobility and you need to use the elevator, how are you supposed to get in and out? Or if you use a walker or a cane and you need the elevator, how are you supposed to get in and out? And just get your supplies that you need when the elevators aren't working. So you need more ground level units available for people with mobility restrictions like that. Or backup power supplies for the elevator. Whereas the ongoing practice of permitting inaccessible housing to be approved and financed is a direct contravention of all the above. And so many apartments are still being built that are not designed for people who live with disabilities. So like wider halls for, again, wheelchairs, walkers, that sort of thing, so you can get around even the counters and things of that sort, because they keep on building apartments small and smaller and smaller. And so just even being able to maneuver around in an apartment is becoming more difficult. Whereas the Ontario Building Code currently requires that only 15% of new apartments be visitable but not livable for seniors and other persons with disabilities, and thus continues to bar people with disabilities from having the same right to housing as all Ontarians. And so just imagine this, you know, you require a wheelchair, but all the units in the apartment building, the washrooms, are not wheelchair accessible. Like you can't, like, I look at my washroom. If I had to use a wheelchair, it would be extraordinarily difficult to get onto the toilet. Like it just, there's not the room for it, or to get in and out of the tub, or a tub that has the extra guardrails for people, for seniors, that sort of thing. Like apartments aren't designed or made with those kinds of people in mind. People who need more room, who need more rails for different access areas in their apartment. So this is like, never mind just the ability to access an elevator and leave the building when there's a power outage. Whereas housing policy has for decades discriminated against people with disabilities by building homes only for the able-bodied, thereby excluding 28% of Ontarians. Whereas the cost of building a new apartment is the same whether it's accessible or not, and it is renovations to existing dwellings that are extremely expensive. Whereas the current call for housing affordability ignores the issue of accessibility housing for all, thus forcing vulnerable Ontarians out of their dwellings when it comes to homes no longer accommodate emergent needs. Whereas inaccessible housing results in hallway medicine in hospitals and long wait lists for nursing homes when millions of healthcare dollars could be saved by enabling people to remain in their own homes if they were built to be accessible in the first place. That, in the opinion of the House, this government, and should continue to work in consultation with representatives of the federal government, provincial and territorial governments, and the federal housing advocate, Indigenous governing bodies, older adults and people with disabilities to ensure access to adaptable, affordable, universal design housing for all individuals with any kind of disability to benefit all Ontarians. And another thing to keep in mind for people with disabilities, ventilation. A lot of people with asthma or allergies to different types of smoke, that's important. That people can live in an apartment where they're not being bombarded by their neighbor's smoke for all sorts of reasons. So that's it on the housing aspect, I believe, that I wanted to cover in Ontario. Yeah, okay, so check the Sandbox and then we'll get back to more Ontario shenanigans. I forgot to do this, so I'm just going to do it now.
Today in Canadian news.
Yeah, I forgot to do that, so now I did. Okay, I'll check the Sandbox and then we'll get a little bit more into the Science Center of Ontario. My dogs are goth, Sandy. That always happens to me also. Talking about people just going into the stall next to you when there's lots of options. It's so weird. And the autistic person in me has nearly called them out on it before because part of me is just dying of curiosity. Like, why are you doing this? It's like, I know it's not appropriate to ask, but who's going to admit to it when you're just out in public? Like, are you one of the people that just go and creep up into the next stall next to someone, and why? And so there's been times where it's been like on the tip of my tongue saying, why did you just go in that one? Hmm. Let's see. Jar, was the member of parliament 15? You have to be at least 18. Yeah, that type of like, oh, you're being mean. Oops. Let's see. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, that's fucked up. That really says that they don't give a rat's ass about disabled folks. Yeah, and it's important when she points out that it doesn't cost anything different to make affordable units when you're building them. But yeah, to renovate an existing place to a place that is wheelchair accessible, because like I look at my apartment, there's nothing you could really do to make that washroom wheelchair accessible other than like knocking out a wall and moving plumbing around. Like it's impossible. But like how many of you right now that live in apartments, if you needed to use a wheelchair, is your washroom accessible? Is your kitchen accessible? You know, like it is, let alone like, are you even able to get into the apartment depending on elevator use and things of that sort? But if you're building new units, make sure there's a significant portion of them available for people who need mobility devices, and they get priority when renting. FG, inappropriate to ask, but I argued they started the inappropriateness. Yes, do you ask strangers in a washroom, why are you using that stall when there's so many available? Oh. My dogs are goth. Oh, for sure. But like in a mall or an airport or something, there can be a dozen stalls and someone sits next to you to play footsie under the divide. Yeah, like there's been like washrooms, a dozen stalls, and I go and I check some, and a lot of them are usable. You know, a lot of them aren't dirty and things of that sort. And I will just go, and it doesn't seem to matter which one I go into, but other people will then come into the washroom, go right next to me. It's so weird. It must be a neurotypical thing. Zameth, Ontarian here. My house was built in the 1880s. It is not wheelchair friendly. Yeah. Also, like a lot of bylaws and things of that sort, only buildings that are over 3-story talls require an elevator. So all of the fourplexes or 3-story apartment buildings or basement units and things of that sort, none of them would be accessible by wheelchair. Because even the ones on ground level, sometimes there's not a ground level, like it's split. So you have like a sub-basement apartment, and then the first floor is you still have to go upstairs. And most units don't have ramps that lead into the apartment. So even if there is a ground floor, you can't even get in that way. Like it's just, yeah. Jeff the Heathen, when someone uses the stall next to me and they don't have to, I just presume it's because of how awesome I am, lol. Yes, your farts must smell like roses then. Okay, so in Ontarian news, I haven't dug too deep on it, so I decided to get some things together and we'll kind of learn a little bit more on it together. Where there is a thing here called the Science Center, and it is a science center. I've been to it many times when I was a kid. Like pretty much if you live within 3 hours drive to Toronto, there's a school trip you've been on a couple times to the Science Center. And it's a really neat place. I think I even went there once as an adult because why not? I'm a nerd. And, you know, like it has the electric static ball where your hair can go up and demonstrations and all these interactive places that you can go and just learn really neat stuff. And it's been like a tourist destination in Ontario. It's also provincially funded, and that funding has gone. And it's been in disrepair. And Ontario Place was another kind of landmark in Ontario, also in Toronto. It had the Cinesphere. The Cinesphere was like a big round building that had a movie theater in it, but the screen was like 3 stories tall. And they would have big events there. They had a water park there, a nice touristy place to go, right on the edge of the lake. Been there plenty of times, both as a kid and as an adult. And yeah, again, if you live within 3 hours of Toronto, you most likely had gone there as a kid for a school field trip or a camping trip or something of that sort. Also, severely underfunded and in need of repair. So what does Doug Ford do? He's like, okay, let's have a contract for millions and millions and millions of dollars to get rid of Ontario Place and put in a new landmark, which is a luxury spa. And this includes, I kid you not, paving over part of Lake Ontario. And then there's going to be this huge parking lot there, and on top of the parking lot will be a new science center, half the size of the current one, and cost millions of dollars to relocate. So instead of spending the money to actually upgrade and repair the current one, he just wants to get rid of it completely and give all of this money to his buddies. So let's look a little bit more into this, shall we? T.Resident, if you're in Ontario, is a fabulous Twitter account to follow. Always on top of a lot of the Doug Ford shenanigans, and is really good at digging up old videos and things of that sort. Unofficial contributor to my channel, basically, at this point, with how much I use their stuff. But like, one of the things, I know I use a lot of Twitter for my resources, but I try to stick to accounts that are reliable, ones that have proven to show like accurate information, reliable information, or ones from politicians or professors or journalists, as opposed to here's a random person's statement on something, because I'll admit I've been guilty of that. So I'm really trying more to move to make sure that I'm just sticking to a lot more of these reliable sources where I can back up the information, politicians, journalists, professors, that sort of thing. And T.Resident has proven to be a very reliable source when it comes to finding this information. And so I do use a lot of their tweets when getting some of my resources together. So T.Resident had tweeted out, "It was you and Infrastructure Ontario who refused to do the required maintenance," talking about the Science Centre. And so Kinga Suma here is a member of Provincial Parliament of Etobicoke Centre on Ontario's Minister of Infrastructure. Not surprising, Conservative. So again, get to know your politicians. This is Kinga Surma, I think is how you say her name. Oh, and again, that's Minister of Infrastructure. And she says, "It is no surprise to see the opposition stand in the way of the new Science Centre and rebuilt Ontario Place. If they had their way, the Science Centre and Ontario Place would continue to be neglected and fall further into disrepair." And as T.Resident pointed out, they're being neglected and falling into disrepair because of the intentional underfunding from the government. That's her job. That's kind of what the Minister of Infrastructure should be looking after. But let's see what she has to say about it. Maybe she will change my mind.
Minister of Infrastructure can reply.
Mr. Speaker, why is the member opposite disrespecting Ontarians?
Exactly.
By standing in the way of us building a new science centre that will be enjoyed for another 50 to 75 years.
There was nothing wrong with the old Science Centre. It just needed to be repaired and probably updated. But it's a big building, had lots of room, parking. Like, again, I'm not against tearing down some things and building new, but when we're talking about the amount of money it takes to rebuild a tourist attraction like that, it makes no sense. Why not just Renovate and update the one you already have. Oh, right, because of all the corruption and the dealings with all of his buddies and things of that sort.
In fact, the member opposite, you know what he would like? He would like the Science Centre, like Ontario Place, to just fall apart so that it ends up being closed. But we will not do that because we believe in science education.
That's so bizarre to hear conservatives say that they believe in science and education. Well, considering how badly Doug Ford is underfunding education here in Ontario and how much science denialism the conservatives do, it's funny how they only bring this up when they think it serves their point.
As does the Minister of Education.
Order.
But again, Mr. Speaker, not to worry, under the Premier's leadership, we will have a brand new Science Centre with more exhibition space for families to enjoy and a brand new Ontario Place.
Yeah, and here's the picture of the brand new Ontario Place. And she also says, our government is taking action to create a new science centre, an iconic Ontario Place that will be enjoyed by all, not only a few. Oh, Enjoy Henderson, another reliable source I find on Twitter. I mean, you could just properly fund the science centre so it could take care of the repairs. Yeah. And so more from T-Dot resident, you can't make this up. Kinga Sama and Doug Ford are spending at least $650 million and bulldozing 800 trees to help build an indoor immersive experience where the Therm Spa will charge you to see video clips of trees. Okay, who gets a Soylent Green vibe from this? I do. I so get a Soylent Green vibe from this. But like, are you kidding me? Like, this is taxpayer money, and a lot of this is just going to line the pockets of his corporate buddies. That's all this is. It's a money grab. Because if they weren't so invested on making money for their rich buddies, then why wouldn't they just renovate what's already existing? Oh, because that doesn't generate enough revenue and income and profit for his rich friends. That doesn't do what he wants. Let's see what this immersive experience is like. I don't know if there's music playing. Just turn that off just in case. You never know. Ooh, you can lay back and look at pictures of trees. You know, Ontario has so many provincial parks with like real trees, and personally I would feel very uncomfortable here. What normal person is going to a spa like this where you're lying in a room with a whole bunch of other people in your underwear looking up at round screens of a tree? Who would do this? What normal person would do this? I don't understand. This is just so weird. And how clean is that? What? Whereas currently Ontario Place has like a charming water park designed for families. I remember it as a kid. Had a lot of fun there. I don't get it. And so they also uncovered this information here. So Niagara Falls Great Wolf Lodge, 500,000 visitors per year. New Cornwall Great Wolf Lodge projections, 670,000 visitors per year. Therm Bucharest, is that how you say that? I don't know. 1 million visitors per year. First 4 years. Therm Ontario Place projection, 5 million visitors per year. So this is in a different country, I guess. First 4 years. So 1 million visitors per year in the first 4 years. But Therm Ontario Place projections, 5 million visitors per year. You know, the population of Ontario is only about 15 million, I think. Is that what it is? I think it's about that. Let me just double check. Of Ontario. Let's see. Oh, I was a little under, or over, I mean. It's around 13 million right now. 13, 14 million? And they're projecting 5 million visitors a year? Like, I get that some of them would be coming from outside of the province, one would hope. But it's like you're expecting like a third of the province to go there or something. Like, it's just. And so Niagara Fall Family Friendly Lodge wins Major Tourism Award, and that's the 500 guests per each year. And so that's the Great Wolf Lodge in Niagara Falls. The company has already reached, and this is, so this is TDOT resident showing their sources. The company has already reached an agreement with the City of Cornwall to purchase 40 acres in the Cornwall Business Park, with construction expected to begin during the next 2 years and taking about 2 years. And down, let's go here. As the largest chain of indoor water parks resorts in North America, the project is projected to attract 670,000 visitors annually, with the majority coming from outside Ontario. Therm Bucharest attracted 4 million visitors in 4 years, so that's 1 million a year. And the Therm Complex would be the first ticketed attraction to operate on the West Island since the closure of the Therm Park, including, I keep on adding an R in there. That's Therm, that's theme. Don't do that to my dyslexia. The Therm Park. So West Island since the closure of the theme park, including its flume ride in 2012, the Therm Group, that's horrible for my dyslexia. The Therm Group is planning for visitation numbers as high as 15,000 guests per day, with a yearly target of 5 million visitors. Okay, here's the thing about this. 15,000 guests per day? They have to close down. They had to close down Ontario Place for part of the year because of this thing that happens up here called winter. There's this thing. It's called winter. It happens every year. Although it's not as extreme as it used to be. It used to be real winters, but now. And so Ontario Place was actually closed for part of the year because, it's a water park. But also just walking around the grounds, going to the shops, seeing all the little attractions there. You don't do that in the winter. So I seriously doubt they're going to have 15,000 guests per day on January 16th. Not going to happen. Wow, that is a lot. There's no way, but that's what they're basing their money on, what they're investing in. And so they're justifying this 650 million on it with the idea of like, this is the revenue it's going to generate, when that's not even close to the revenue it's going to generate. And Ontario Place for All, Rob Ford's ex-chief of staff lobbying for Therm. It's a family fair, folks. Yeah. Rob Ford's ex-chief of staff. Briefing. Who's lobbying for whom? The Therm registers to discuss Ontario Place plans. Therm Group RHTG GmbH was registered this past week by Tasnia Khan, a consultant with Amir Remutella Incorporation to collaborate with and provide briefings for Ontario's government officials on Therm Group's 350 million private sector investment in Ontario Place. Just so much corruption in the Doug Ford government. Like, I just, so beyond the pale. Let's see. I don't understand how they're allowed to get away with the amount of corruption that they're doing so blatantly, because it's not just the Science Center in Ontario Place. There's also the Greenbelt. That was a thing. That still is a thing. There's the new highway that they want to build over pristine land as well that won't do nearly anything that they claim it will. Again, it's just lining the pockets of his buddies. And then the expense of the premier's office has skyrocketed. The way that they're spending, the deficit, like everyone keeps on saying, well, not everyone, but you know, the conservatives are always like fiscal responsibility. That's why we like the conservatives, when they are anything but. They are so wasteful. They are so greedy. They are so corrupt. Like, they're just funneling taxpayer money into their own pockets. Like, Doug Ford has so many deals going on. He's becoming probably rich beyond belief that we don't know about, that we don't see. And his buddies are becoming rich beyond belief that we don't know about and we don't see, because he hides a lot of that information. Oh, need to turn this off. Starting to cool down in here. I don't need the fan on. Just absolutely crazy corruption that's happening here that they're just constantly being allowed to get away with, because, you know, the opposition party, the NDP, has done a little bit when it comes to investigating, but they aren't nearly doing enough. And, like, where's the OPP on this? Where's the RCMP on this? You know, actually charging him with crimes. Like, our politicians shouldn't be allowed to get away with such blatant corruption. Okay, let's check the Sandbox. We still have a little bit more of Ontario stuff to go over. Let's see. So some police stuff and healthcare stuff. So healthcare in Ontario and policing in Ontario. And then we'll move on to the federal issues, which also includes the attack on reproductive rights. So in the Sandbox, my dogs are goths. Science Center can be a fun place to go on a date. I agree. If you have a date that wants to go to the Science Center with you, I'm like, nerd. That's hot. Because it is. You go and you can have fun, and, you know, there's like a curiosity and all that sort of stuff. And it's interactive, so you get to actually talk and engage with each other while you're there and get to know each other in a way that you can't do at, let's say, a movie theater. Jeff the Heathen, Ontario Place, the Science Center, and Center Island were my jam as a kid. Yeah, I have a lot of great memories from there, actually. Like Ontario Place in particular used to have what they called the Symphony of Fire. And so once a year, it was a display of fireworks from nations from around the world. And we would go there like first thing in the morning, and so we could get a parking spot. And my mom loves to read, so what we would do is we would set her up on the beach on Lake Ontario with, you know, blanket and all that sort of stuff to claim our spot. So we have a really good spot. And she would just read all day, and that to her was a fantastic vacation, while we went and explored Ontario Place and the shops and things of that sort. That's where I started my Slinky collection. Because one year in one of the gift shops, I saw like a star-shaped Slinky, and I thought, oh my God, that's like the most amazing thing ever. Oh, I need that. And so I got that. But then like the next year we went, there was like a moon-shaped Slinky. I'm like, well, then I have to get the matching Slinky. over 300 Slinkies later. And one year, because after the firework display is over and it's late at night, and there's that massive rush to get out, and it's just basically a big traffic jam to get out of the parking lot. So what they would do is in the Cinesphere, that's the 3-story tall movie theater, they would play a movie. And one year it was actually Titanic. And so I got to see Titanic on a 3-story tall screen. And by the time the movie was over and we went back out into the parking lot, it was completely empty and easy to get out of. But yeah, so many great experiences there. And you need places like that for families to go to have fun. School trips and things of that sort. They're very enriching. The Science Center in particular is very enriching. I don't think I've ever been to Center Island, though. So Bob Trish, my mom was in a wheelchair back in the 90s and was a lot worse. Almost nothing was built for wheelchairs. There's that one guy who used to be part of Twitter that cost Elon like literally millions of dollars or something. Is he from Iceland or something like that? And one of his missions was actually to make his country accessible because he also uses a wheelchair for mobility. And yeah, we shouldn't have to, like, that's the thing. We shouldn't have to wait till somebody is in that position to get into politics before it's taken seriously. Because able-bodied people know, they can see, they just don't think of it at all. But that's why we elect representatives to represent us. And, we shouldn't have to wait this long to have an advocate, partly because she understands it so well because she uses a wheelchair. Because I have lots of friends who have mobility issues and use walkers and stuff, and I know from them, I hear from them all the time. In the winter, sidewalks that aren't cleared properly are an issue, which is why if you're in a municipality and you can try to push for it, do so, because they do leaf collection. The city does leaf collection in the fall. They should also do city-run sidewalk clearing, and that would help people with canes and walkers and wheelchairs a lot in the winter, because they actually get stuck in their apartments and isolated because they can't move around and walk on sidewalks anymore. Let's see. People talking about some emojis. Jar, I always found it a little silly that they used to have politicians wheel around in wheelchairs. It's like they thought they were incapable of empathy without actually experience itself. LOL. Yeah, there's all those sorts of things. I did a video on it a while back, in a video essay back when I was still just doing those. One of my pet peeves, like when a couple NDP MPPs here in Ontario were like, we're going on the welfare diet. And it's like, it's for 2 weeks or something, they're going to restrict their diet to what they can afford on this blank budget and stuff. And it's like, that's so underrepresentative of what people actually go through who rely on disability payments. And it's kind of an insult, and it feels like it's a bit like touristy of them to do that, to experience the hardship that we have to live with for years and years and years. And do you know what? It's a lot easier to go through that for 2 weeks when you know it's going to end. But when you've been through it for years and you have years to look forward to, it's a lot, it's different. It's a lot more different. Just the constant stress of never knowing if you're going to have enough. Let's see. Bad Lefty. Yeah, the Finnish guy, like Heli or something like that. Yeah. I wish he would take over Twitter. I wish there was a way that he could have taken over Twitter. Anyway, let's go to some of the healthcare and policing stuff, and then we can move on to the federal and queer stuff. I'm trying to move this along. I don't want to do another almost 5 hour long stream. I have other things I really want to do. Okay, so from Sherry Dinovo. Breaking, Doug Ford diverts billions of healthcare money to around his cottage while other towns go without. From the little paper that could. So, midden paper, why does Muskoka get 2 new hospitals and we lose ours? Why does Muskoka get 4 EMS supervisors while Halberton lost 1 approved position? Why has Doug Ford diverted billions of tax dollars to the area surrounding his cottage? So platoon superintendents, the district Muskoka is a great place to live and play in the districts, the opportunities, what will you do, what do you need? So they're offering, this is a full-time permanent position. Oh, it's a job ad, okay. Yeah, Muskoka is currently recruiting for 4 platoon superintendents. Yeah, I think I'm totally qualified to do this. Yeah, support, coach, direct, elevate, and hold staff accountable for performance through direct observation and review job performance by using strong communication. I'm good at that. I can do that. Support the commanders in operational portfolios, including but not limited to emergency response, logistics, quality education, professional development, and community paramedicine. You know, I was mentioning yesterday that whole lying at job interviews that I need to get better at. This might be good practice. Support the development and implementation, evaluation, and monitoring of policies, procedures, and report aligned with goals and objectives. You see, I can never do this because I'm just too direct. And I don't get it. It's like there was a task somebody was supposed to do and they didn't do it. And it's like, why? I need to know why. And it's usually something very simple. Doug Ford, I had a great morning at the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs 2024 conference and trade show, hearing about blah, 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 brave firefighters, and Ford should do paramedics next and explain why Muskoka gets to hire new EMS supervisors while Halberton City can no longer afford to. That's right. As we enter summer season and our population quadruples, we will have multiple days per week without an EMS supervisor on the road. And it is a problem in Ontario with northern communities in particular that their ERs just simply close because there's no one there. Again, the problem isn't so much in Ontario that we don't have the rooms, the hospital, surgical spaces, and things of that sort. It's that we don't have the people to staff them. And for a lot of people in these northern communities, their ER will close. And what happens when you have an emergency there? Like, what happens when you then have to travel hours and hours to get to another overcrowded emergency room? It's ridiculous. And this is kind of a follow-up on a story I covered not too long ago. So 8,400 hospital fine will go unpaid, says Ontario family who opposes controversial long-term care law. I was doing this with someone. I think it was with Mark. When Mark was on my live stream, we were talking about this because this is about that requirement in Ontario that if you're in the hospital and you need to transition to a long-term care bed, they can force you to go to one that you don't approve of, and it can be hundreds of kilometers away in a private home, and they can force you to do this by charging you $400 a day to stay in the hospital after a certain period of time, which is just gross. Like, we should have a say in what homes our loved ones or ourselves go into, because there's different requirements. You want to be close to family. You want to be close to different resources, like all of that sort of stuff. Or maybe you go to visit one of these homes and it's in disarray and you don't like the staff. Like, we should be allowed to have choice in something as important as where you're going to be when you need long-term care. But instead, they want to force people out into, more often than not, private long-term care homes. And private long-term care homes in this province are a disaster. Absolute disaster. And I wouldn't blame anyone for not wanting to go into them. But if you go back in videos and stuff, there's a long history of corruption there, of money being lined in pockets, a former premier being on the chair of Chartwell, which is one of the long-term care homes where, the death rate during COVID was substantially higher than at a public long-term care home, horrendous conditions and all that sort of stuff. And then Doug Ford went and gave him the Ontario honor, like all of this sort of stuff, and hundreds of millions of dollars in bonuses. And yeah. So this is Windsor Hospital CEO says policy is essential to free up resources. Tecumseh, Ontario resident Michelle Campu says that the 8400 bill her mom has received related to the province's controversial long-term care law is a scare tactic that she's not falling for. She also plans to use it in her fight to put a stop to the legislation. This is not just about my mother anymore. A lot of people get scared and bullied into paying this, says Campu, whose mom has been at Hotel de Grace Healthcare in Windsor since the beginning of the year. I think it's time for us to stand up and to protect our elderly. CBC News spoke with Campu last month when she said that she had been told there would be a $400 a day charge related to Bill 7 after she refused to move her mom into a care home that they didn't want. Bill 7, the More Beds Better Care Act, they always have a way of naming these bills to be the opposite of what they actually are. It's not More Beds, Better Care. It's not. Came into effect in September 2022. It allows hospitals to charge patients who refuse to move into long-term care beds chosen on their behalf. Like, this is a multi-layered problem. Like, we do have a shortage of beds in Ontario, but that's, again, the lack of funding that's just going to our healthcare in general. And that's because of the Doug Ford government. I wish the federal government would step in more and take care of this the way that they're doing with the housing, because this is unacceptable. Our healthcare is being stripped away. I just want to scream that so much all the time. So Hotel de Grace Healthcare says the legislation is necessary to free up beds needed for patients with urgent health issues, but an advocate says the stress and immense financial burden Campu and her mom are experiencing are exactly why this legislation needs to be revoked. And a copy of the bill for $8,400 there. Campu's mom, Ruth, is 83 and has dementia. She went to Windsor Regional Hospital on December 27th after falling and breaking her hip. She was soon moved to the Hotel de Grace Healthcare. Weeks later, she said she was eligible for long-term care, and the hospital found a home with an available bed. But Campu told CBC News last month that after viewing the facility, she wouldn't even put her dog there. She refused the bed, which meant the $400 charge kicked in. And so she's going to be trying to fight this. Hospital CEOs like, oh, but we need this. It is, again, it's the fact that our healthcare is just being underfunded. We need more hospitals. We need more staff. And to force people, vulnerable people, away from their families and homes into long-term care facilities that are completely unacceptable. It is a way. It's what the government intends to do. It's what the Conservatives want to do, to strip away our health care so that people are desperate enough to think that private health care might be a viable option. Which is absolutely ridiculous. But again, I just want to give people a little bit of a reminder as to what our taxes pay for. Because even though our health care is being stripped away, it still covers us a lot, and my recent experience in the ER reflects that. But for people who are uninsured, let's make this bigger. Uninsured patient faces major hospital bills in Ontario after having legs amputated. Jose Rivero dreamed of a better life when he relocated from Mexico in 2021 to join his mother in Canada. That dream, however, quickly became a nightmare when, just over a year later, he fell critically ill, slipped into a coma, and ultimately lost both his legs. The hospital providing his care then handed him a bill for tens of thousands of dollars. My health was in dire straits, forcing me to weigh the decision of whether to undergo leg amputation, Rivero told City News through an interpreter. But refusing the procedure meant risking death from the infection at any moment. Despite being undocumented, Rivera found employment in construction when he first arrived and settled into life in Toronto in March 2023. It was a severe abdominal pain that sent him rushing to the hospital, where he ended up unconscious for 2 weeks. Rivera's ordeal was made worse by severe infection that led to the loss of circulation in his legs, leading to a life or death struggle. I just didn't know anymore at that moment. I didn't know what was happening, said Rivero. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know if it was going to be amputating my legs and not keep me in the hospital, or if I was going to die. On March 31st, 2023, the Ontario government terminated the Physician in Hospital Services for Uninsured Persons, PHSUP program, which provided healthcare access to undocumented individuals during the COVID-19 pandemic, leaving Rivera without coverage. Funny how the Ontario government would do that. Just here's a very beneficial program for people. You know, some of the most vulnerable people in this province, people that are needed, because a lot of these jobs go unfilled because we don't have enough people to do them. And so they come up here and they get totally abandoned by the province. Even when we have programs in place, as soon as a conservative government gets into power, they take them away. He found himself repeatedly reminded of his mounting debt by Humber River Hospital, where he desperately needed treatment, and the bills for his stay were piling up. The days were passing, and I thought the debt was increasing, said Rivero. It was going to be very expensive to pay for the days that I was staying there and the treatment that I was receiving to save my legs. Fearing the consequences of unpaid bills, his immigration status, Rivero left the hospital after a month, only to return later for necessary surgery as his condition deteriorated. 2 months after first entering the hospital, Rivero was discharged, facing a bill for standard room charges amounting to nearly $90,000. How's he going to pay for that? Like, he can't. He was working in construction. He can't do that anymore. This is just, it's cruel that we treat healthcare like this. In the United States, in Canada, if you're not insured, that, you know, people's lives are put on the line and they're forced to pay just obscene amounts for care to stay alive. Things that are necessary for life should not be costing people money. I don't care where you are. I don't care if, you know, you're undocumented and you're in this country. If you need healthcare, you should be able to get it. And same for all the citizens here. And it should be the same everywhere. Like, healthcare is a right. It should be a right. It shouldn't be something that's commodified. Let's see. Carolina Leal is a frontline organizer with the Workers' Action Center and has been helping Rivero through the ordeal, doing her best to help him navigate. People like Jose and a lot of people in the community, they lack the access to health care, said Leal. They have to pay thousands of dollars to get the service that should be able to get everyone regardless of their immigration status. Yeah, like if they're undocumented here and they're working, like even if they're not, like that's the thing, I don't care. They should have the same access to care that all people in Canada should have. You know, and I say should have because even people who are insured in Canada don't have the access to healthcare that we should. Rivera has been home from hospital nearly a year now, doing his best to navigate his new life. He hopes to get prosthetics at some point soon, but the massive hospital bills are still outstanding. And with all of this going on, Doug Ford still likes to promote his health care. This, even though he was hiding like how bad everything was understaffed, I covered that in a recent live stream. I believe I did anyway. There's so much healthcare news where he's hiding the information of how understaffed things are and how bad healthcare is. And anyone who experiences healthcare here in Ontario, we know that it's deteriorating. But Doug Ford still likes to brag about it. I didn't believe these pictures when I saw them. So T-Dot resident had tweeted this out. So an exciting morning with Premier for Nation, and this is Ross Romero talking about these students are preparing for a promising nursing career through live simulation and experimental learning opportunities. And let's go here. So today marks the start of Nursing Week. Let me get this. We are fortunate to have the best nurses in the world right here in Ontario, working hard every day to support our communities, keep us healthy, and deliver convenient care close to home. Thank you to all you nurses this week and every week. Well, then maybe pay them. Pay them what they're worth. How about that? You know, don't understaff them so they're worked to the bone. How about that if you really want to thank them? But let's watch this little video that he has here.
Nursing Week here in Ontario. Hi everyone, it's Nursing Week here in Ontario, a time to celebrate the contributions of our incredible nurses right across the province. I always say we have the best nurses in the entire world.
Then pay them. Pay them what they're worth.
Providing comfort and care when we need it the most. We're so grateful for your hard work. And
what is that? They didn't want to risk putting a real baby in his hands, so they gave him this doll that looks like it's been out on the sidewalk for a week. Like, what is that? Seriously, it looks like a Cabbage Patch Kid that had been spray painted hair on it, that part of it came off in the rain. And this guy looking down like, oh, I'm pretending I'm seeing a real baby right here. Just like, that's a real baby I'm looking at. Gotta do the method acting. Just, real baby right there.
an unwavering commitment.
Oh, they look happy. They're like, we really have to be in a fucking Doug Ford commercial. They're not paying us enough. We're grateful for your hard work and unwavering commitment. The looks that they're giving him, my God. Just the whole son of a bitch. Like, if you could see what they were saying under those masks.
To keep people safe and healthy, and to help us build a stronger and more resilient healthcare system. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Is just holding up a piece of equipment like, look, it's a prop. Like,
Happy Nursing Week. Hi everyone.
wow. Just pay the nurses what they're worth. Let's start with that. Oh, okay. Now we're going to transition into a couple of news stories about police officers that I wanted to get to. So this is a really rough transition. I'm sorry about this. I just glanced at what the next article is going to be. So please forgive me on this. Let's repose for this. The next headline will hit a bit hard. Their dad died, but Toronto police didn't tell them. They want to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. We pay police officers millions and millions of dollars. Their budgets are incredible. But they didn't tell them their dad died? Police had next of kin's names and cell phone numbers, but didn't make the contact. James Taylor hadn't heard from his father, Douglas Taylor, 66, for more than a week, which wasn't uncommon. So when he went to check and visit him on February 23rd, he didn't suspect anything serious was wrong. But when he got to his dad's Toronto apartment unit, there was a police seal on the door that read, "Do not break without authorization." Panicked and confused, he called his wife, Alexandra Taylor, who called building staff to ask why the unit was sealed. That's how the family learned their father had died 11 days prior. It's just disrespectful to him because he's there in a freezer just waiting, and here we are unaware, James said. A police report obtained by the family through the Freedom of Information request shows investigators had James and his sister Christine Taylor's listed as their father's next of kin. Officers ran their cell phone numbers through an internal database and online business directory, but nothing came up. It appears there were no other attempts by police to contact them after that, according to the report. Everyone hopes to be able to live with dignity, but also have dignity in death, Christine said. I think this is felt for all of us, but that was kind of stripped away from him. Like, how do you take on this case, and here you have somebody, you have the person's names, like even just going to the landlord and asking the landlord what the next of kin are, like there are ways. They're the police. This is their job to track people down. And it's, from the sounds of it, wouldn't even have been that hard to track them down, to let them know that this had happened. Wow. After a handful of conversations with police, the family said they're still unable to get answers about why they weren't notified. So they sent a letter to the Toronto Police Service on April 4th outlining possible legal action through the family, though the family says they have no plans to move forward with it at this point. They just want to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. Let's see. Taylor was found dead by a neighbor on February 12th in his unit. Police found no signs of foul play, and the coroner determined he died of natural causes. The report says a search of the apartment did not yield any useful next of kin information. Taylor's family says photos of him with his children and grandchildren were displayed in the apartment, which should have been a clue he had family active in his life. The report goes on to say the apartment was sealed, and Wood Green employee provided Taylor's next of kin information to the officers. The police report appears to show that officers searched for the siblings' cell phone numbers that night in an internal database, seemingly for the address, but there were no hits. So yeah, they just do a quick little 5-minute search. Can't find them. It's impossible. We can't do this. It's not going to happen. So we're just not going to try anymore because it would be so much work. I've put more effort into looking up information online than that for various different things. And the Toronto police budget is $1.189 billion. And this was too much work for them. Their names and numbers were passed on to a different officer the next day, but one digit in James' cell phone number was typed incorrectly in the report. That officer searched the numbers through another internal police database and on yellowpages.com and online business search, but nothing came up. It appears no other attempt was made to track down Taylor's children or any other family members, according to the report. The next entry in the report is 10 days later, on February 23rd. It outlines Alexandria's call to police after her husband discovered the police seal on the door. Yeah. So John Sewell, a former Toronto mayor and coordinator of the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition, which works to make police more accountable to the public, says there are several more steps police could have taken to track down Taylor's children, including contacting the landlord or neighbor who called 911. He also questions why the officers didn't just call the cell phone numbers they had to deliver the news. Yeah, why not just call the numbers you saw? This is wrong. I mean, come on. We've got to have better behavior from the police when somebody's died, as Sewell said. This is an abrogation of responsibility. Police have a responsibility to act reasonably in this situation, and they have not. Police had next of kin info the same day. Wood Green, the legal letter the family sent to police was also sent to Wood Green, which runs the apartment building Taylor was living in. Yeah, that led to a domino effect. Okay. So, yeah, the rest of the article is available if people want to read it, but we get the gist. Like, this is just to ask the police just do a modicum of work, but they're so eager to tear down encampments and to crack down on people living with poverty. But you ask them just to do a little bit of their job, and suddenly it's just, oh, that's so much. That's so, what? Contact the landlord, knock on neighbors' doors? Are you kidding? Why? Like, just, wow. So horrible that, 11 days and they didn't know. I don't know how I would feel if I found out that, my mom passed away and nobody bothered to tell me for days and days on end. Just absolutely disgusting. And more if police not doing their job. The Toronto couple recovers stolen vehicle on their own after waiting hours for police. Where were the police? That's what one couple from Toronto is asking after their vehicle was stolen. They were able to get it back, but they claim officers never showed up to the location where they tracked it down. It all started when Jonathan Orlando, who was staying at his parents' house in East York on April 21st, 2024, woke up to a shock. There was a pile of glass in the driveway and my vehicle was gone, he said. Orlando reported it to the police, who allegedly responded to the home 5 hours later. Their only advice was to try and find ways to track it down. One suggestion was to download Cyrus Radio, which could locate it, which I did, he said. So the police come. Like, that's the thing. Everyone's like, the police do their job and we need more police so that they can go and do their job and all this sort of stuff. And, who are you going to call? Like, you want to defund the police? Well, then who are you going to call when there's a crime? Well, apparently the police will just show up and say, do it yourself. $1.189 billion for them to show up and say, do it yourself. Orlando then realized he could use the Acura mobile app, which showed the vehicle was in a parking lot in Etobicoke. We called the police and let them know we had located it. I had friends who lived nearby wait by the vehicle until we got there, he explained. He and his partner Jake Windsor made it to the location at 2 p.m. that same day. To our surprise, no one showed up, Orlando said. Like, they say that there's this overwhelming problem of carjackings and car thefts. And so here they have a car that they've recovered, these people. And instead of the police, maybe coming and investigating, doing the whole thing, like check for fingerprints, see if they can connect this to other people and find the people responsible for stealing this car, they just don't show up. We waited out there in the parking lot until about 10 p.m. It was getting kind of dark and sketchy. Windsor said they were standing on the road trying to flag down police officer vehicles that drove by. We couldn't get anyone to come. Well, all you have to do is say you found a unhoused person sleeping in it. Then they'd have like the whole force there. Toronto couple waited 8 hours for police to arrive. They never did. Frustrated, the couple did not want to leave the vehicle. Concerned it was a secondary drop-off location for a car theft ring, the criminals have deactivated the keys and placed a club lock on the wheel. The thieves were protecting it from other thieves, Windsor said. After waiting 8 hours with no police response, the couple called Canadian Automobile Association, CAA. Because the keys were deactivated and they had a steering wheel lock on it, we couldn't put the car in neutral, so CAA had to call a flatbed truck to tow it. Orlando noted, the first driver did not feel it was safe to leave us to be alone, so he waited with us until the appropriate truck arrived. The police should have been there. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. The couple called the police again to say CAA was about to tow it away. We have offered to have the car towed to the local division, but I was told that they wouldn't receive it. So we said we'd have to tow it to the dealership and then call us back to bring it into the division, Windsor explained. So here is this big piece of evidence for a potential car theft ring that the police are very concerned about when they, threaten the city because the city doesn't want to give them an extra 12 million in extra funding. And they like to fearmonger about all these car thefts. And so here they have this car-sized piece of evidence that could lead them to maybe tracking down people involved in this horrible car theft ring. And the couple it was stolen from had to find it themselves, then get CAA. And even when they said they would have CAA tow it to them, they're like, oh, but still that would mean we have to receive it, and that's paperwork. And all, like, just, could you not bother us with this right now? We're busy, donuts or something. They're busy harassing unhoused people and students. It was very confusing. At that point, the vehicle was already en route to the dealership. We provided the dealership's address and told police it would be there in 15 minutes, but then nobody even followed up until the next day, Windsor said. Per the dealership, the officer didn't even go look at the vehicle. They just verified that it was there, Orlando added. The couple says they've yet to get an update on the investigation. What investigation? There is none. Why calls for located stolen vehicles aren't considered high risk, Toronto Police Service. Speaker's Corner reached out to Toronto Police Service, and spokesperson told us there was no reason for the delay. The Toronto Police Service, like all other services, has a tiered response system in place where we assess calls on priority matrix based on threat, risk, and harm posed to the victim and the public, they said. TPS told Speaker's Corner that an officer did respond reasonably quickly to the initial call in East York when Orlando noticed the vehicle was stolen. But when the couple located the vehicle in another division, the officers there were dealing with a number of higher priority calls that day. Throughout the day, the police in 22 Division were responding to 14 Priority 1 and 31 Priority 2 calls, our highest priority calls. Yes. There's somebody in a tent in the park. We must go investigate that. Including assaults, stabbing, multiple calls of people in crisis, and numerous break and enters in progress. Well, you see, a lot of these people in crisis, if you had people certified in mental health crisis response do those calls instead of police, you'd have more police freed up to do this. Just saying. TPS does not take vehicle thefts lightly, and we do send officers as quickly as we can to recover stolen vehicles. However, calls involving public safety always take priority. I would suspect that if you're around a car that has been stolen and is set up in such a way that would imply that it's going to be picked up by another part of that car theft ring, you're in danger if you stay in that spot for very long. It's probably putting you at high risk. TPS says they're working hard to address the ongoing spike in stolen vehicles. There have been more than 3,500 vehicles stolen in Toronto in 2024. Around the clock, we have investigators aggressively working to address the auto thefts in this. Well, you can't say aggressively working. Passive aggressively working, maybe. to address auto thefts in the city and are working to partnership with our law enforcement partners to recover the vehicles and disrupt the organized crime networks responsible. Yeah, we get it. We get it. We get it. And Doug Floor blames the carbon tax in Ontario for not having enough active police officers. Meanwhile, he's paying $134 million to keep domestic abusers on the suspended with pay list. And I covered a bit of this before, but here we have a little bit of a video on this.
I worked on a story that found that 1 in 3 police officers in Ontario that were suspended with pay actually faced allegations of gender-based violence. That's intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and sexual harassment. Of those convicted of criminal charges, about 1 in 3 of these officers returned to work, and some of them were even assigned to sexual assault or domestic violence units.
That should never happen. What kind of message does that send other people who are victims of sexual and domestic violence when they have former police officers convicted of that partake in it? What message? How safe would you feel?
Victims and experts say the problem is the culture in policing and the fact that it prevents officers from being held accountable. This is part of a bigger investigation we led where we looked at hundreds of police officers that were suspended with pay over the past decade. So we searched through public records to put these cases together, and then we were able to match each officer with their actual salary. When we did the math, we figured out that it cost $134 million to Ontario taxpayers. And then we started looking at why these officers were suspended and found that gender-based violence was coming up again and again. And the victims of these events, they're really often police officers' wives, girlfriends, or partners. Some of them are even police officers themselves. We spoke to one sergeant whose husband was a constable at her station. We've hidden her identity to protect her and her children. Her ex was charged with intercepting her private communication, assault, extortion, and careless storage of a firearm. He was suspended for over a year and a half and paid the whole time almost $300,000 in salaries before he resigned. And this police officer says that even though her ex was the one who was accused and suspended, it was she who felt unsupported at work. And there are more stories like this than you might think. Research shows that rates of domestic violence are typically higher in police families than in the general population. The director of a shelter in Ottawa told—
Sorry, I just want to see that. So studies suggest anywhere between 4.8 and 40%. That seems weird. Studies suggest anywhere between 4.8 to 40% of officers' families experience domestic violence, with some sources estimating the officers are 4 times more likely to engage in domestic violence than the general population. I don't understand that. That's a very large difference, like 4.8 to 40%. That's a wide margin. I don't understand what they're trying to say with this, but you know, some sources estimate officers are 4 times more likely to engage in domestic violence than the general population. That I've seen other articles backing that up. It's just horrible. Like, policing attracts a certain type of person, you know, people who like to be authority figures, who like to be in control, who like to harm others. Like it attracts that type of person. So is it really shocking when we find out that they engage in this, but then their buddies who are also, you know, more inclined to this line of thinking, then cover for them or don't charge them? Policing in this country is just so not what people idealize it as. It is just a bunch of people who want to get away with crimes, and they protect the ruling class, and that's about it. But police officers seem to be able to do whatever the hell they want and get away with it.
The director of a shelter in Ottawa told us that every year she sees cases like these where survivors of domestic abuse have partners that are police officers. She says that those are some of the scariest and most difficult cases that her staff has to deal with.
They know what they can get away with, plus they have relationships in their places of work that can help protect them from their actions. Also, they have access to guns. And we know that just having access to a gun is a risk factor in terms of further violence or even femicide.
But this violence isn't just happening at home. We also found cases where police officers were accused of gender-based violence on the job. For example, in 2019, a Brockville police officer was convicted of having sex in the back of a police van with a woman while he was on duty. The woman was under an active police investigation at the time. We didn't just look at why these officers were suspended in the first place. We also looked at what happened to them afterwards. In the past decade, a third of officers accused of gender-based violence were found guilty. That's slightly lower than for other crimes. And for those officers that were convicted of gender-based violence, when it was all over, a third of them came back to work.
They're meeting people at the most challenging, traumatic times of their lives. They should be held to a much higher standard than anyone else because they hold such power in those moments.
We shared these numbers with the Police Association of Ontario. They represent 28,000 police officers and other employees. Their president says that the organization supports everyone involved in those crimes and that there are processes in place to deal with officers that are facing accusations.
And here we have the Sunshine List. These were Ontario's public sector's highest earners in 2023. Ontario released its annual Sunshine List Thursday afternoon. This is from March, noting that the largest year-over-year increase were in hospitals, municipalities, and post-secondary sectors. The Sunshine List names public sector employees who have a salary surpassing $100,000 for 2023. The top earners on this list were Ontario Power Generators and CEO, and with a salary of more than $1.9 million. In total, all 5 of the highest earners in Ontario's public sector 2023 were executives employed by OPG. Over 9,300 other employees also made the Sunshine List. Some of the other top earners on the list include the Hospital for Sick Children president, University Health Network, Metrolinx, President, Chief Executive Officer of Ontario Pension Board, Chief Executive Officer, so a lot of healthcare executives. This year, a total of over 300,000 employees made the list, up from 266,000. Premier Doug Ford's salary remains unchanged in 2022, standing at over $200,000. This is less than some of his staffers, including his chief of staff, whose salary sit at just over $324,000. Let's see. Wondering if they have a link to the full list here. It would be nice if they had a link to the full list here, because one of the most common things you find on these lists, police officers. Because to view the full list, there we go. Sector. Oh, I'm not going to go through 15,000 pages. There must be search. That doesn't help. But whenever I've looked up the salary of a police officer, especially ones that have been identified during encampment destructions, officers who've been demoted, but still they end up making over $100,000 a year. And it's just like they're paid to be brutal, brutal people. And they get paid well. I'm not going to download the list. Should be easier to find, I would imagine. Yeah, I'm not searching through all 15,000 pages, sorry, to prove the point. There's probably, if you download it, you probably can then sort it in a better way than that. But all you have to do is find the name of the police officer and type that in with Sunshine List, and you get the amount that they make per year. And it is ridiculous that we pay our police officers so much, and in return, we get them, you know, not doing their job, not recovering vehicles, not telling people their loved ones have died. But they're always so eager to tear down encampments and terrorize people living with poverty. Or get really aggressive and shoot people in times of crises. Okay, let's check the Sandbox and then we'll get on to the federal news. I'm not doing another almost 5 hour long stream today. I'm not doing another 5 hour. Oh. Let's see. Veg the aging hippie. Private elder care homes exist to strip all remaining assets from old folks. Yeah, I would agree with that. Hunger Games, 1989. Who does Ontario think they are? The United States? There was a lot of comparison of Doug Ford to Donald Trump back in the day. Probably still is. One thing I can't get over is how they both refer to themselves in the third person. That must be a narcissistic thing. Like, I can't imagine just sitting here and being like, Sandy thinks everyone in the Sandbox is just amazing. I would say, I think it. But Doug Ford and Donald Trump do that a lot, where they refer to themselves in the third person. Afrophonics. I live in Connecticut, and our governor signed a law that forgives all outstanding medical debt. Good. Most of New England states have done this in the past 10 years. If I remember correctly, it's paid through medical cannabis taxes. More should follow suit. Let's see. Hunger Games, 1989. I'm calling Ghostbusters next time. Ghostbusters will most likely solve the crime before the cops. Jar, I'd watch a dystopian series about spirits being forced to investigate their own murders because the police won't. It's been in the news. Like, I've seen stories about that sort of thing all the time, where sometimes people have to find their own attackers, but basically, like, if somebody steals your phone or your computer, like iPad or something, it's just gone. Like, unless you are able to find it yourself and take the risk of maybe confronting the person who took it, it's just gone. The police don't care because they're so overwhelmed with everything else. And a lot of this, again, is societal issues that need to be addressed. You know, why are people stealing these in the first place? You know, it's not just for kicks. Well, sometimes it is, but, you know, we need to be dealing with all the societal issues that would lead people to commit violence on another like that. Because, you know, stealing somebody's cell phone, it's dangerous, because all the contacts you have on there, your lifelines potentially, your access to all your different information, yeah. Going to show something about phones later on. It's like, there should just be socialized phones. Jar, it definitely is a narcissistic thing because even though they seem to have a lot of ego, they actually have no sense of self. Quite possibly. Okay, let's get into some federal news. And then we got the queer news to go over. Oh, a lot to cover. Always so much to cover. Look at my little curls. I got these ones, they go behind the ears and then fall down onto the chest. And then these ones that are up front. Matching curl set. So, in getting to know our politicians, Leah Gazan, I come across her statements a lot. NDP MP, really great representative, really outspoken, and one of her focuses for quite some time has been some sort of universal basic income. And she has been pushing and fighting for this in a way I wish the leader would, but he doesn't. So let's go over to this. So Leah Gazan here says, yesterday we gathered with allies on the Hill to urge parliamentarians to support my bill, Bill C-223, for guaranteed livable basic income. Today I fight for the bill in the House of Commons. Basic income is not a new idea. It's an idea whose time has come. So for people who are interested, you can look up Bill C-223. Most likely there'll be petitions attached to it. You can write your own representatives about it saying, please vote for this, that sort of thing. It's important to know the names of the bills and what they're doing. So Bill C-223 for universal basic income. If you see it in the news, support it any way you can by any petition that pops up or contacting your representative. We're not going to listen to all of this because it is 7 minutes
currently long. In the country, our social safety net is not looking after people. We need to take radical action if we want to eradicate poverty. And we know there's a direct correlation between poverty and violence. I'm really pleased to be joined today with guests who will talk about how a guaranteed livable basic income will change lives, how the costs of not having a guaranteed income not only costs lives, but costs money. Poverty costs a lot of money. We are spending now upwards of...
And that is something that doesn't get talked about enough. The burden on the system when people live with poverty. Because there's the added healthcare expenses because people don't get the healthcare that they need, the mental health care that they need. There's more strain on other resources, like the inability to even get bus passes and stuff, so that those have to be subsidized and so much more has to be subsidized. But if you have like a universal basic income, people can afford bus passes, people can afford to get the care that they need, they can afford to get the training that they need in order to get better jobs, better paying jobs. Like for some people, it's as simple as a universal basic income provides them the ability to get to a job. Because if you have to rely on transit, you're restricted as to what kind of job you can get. So if you have like more money so that you can use different types of transit, you can maybe afford a car at that point, or just being able to get a bus pass in order to use transit regularly. All of that sort of stuff ends up benefiting the economy, benefiting the people far, far more. Just lowering the stress of people increases their health so much. Like I would be so better off right now if I wasn't in a state of heightened anxiety almost 24/7 right now for reasons.
Of $80 billion a year, keeping people in poverty. Part of what we're trying to do is encourage the federal government to work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous governance bodies to develop a framework that would actually bring people out of poverty and allow people to rebound when they end up in poverty. So this is not a new idea. This is an idea whose time has come. Canada has committed many times over to looking at this kind of approach, but we've done it in incremental steps. We have the Canada Child Benefit, we have the Guaranteed Income Supplement for seniors, we're talking about a disability benefit that of course hasn't yet achieved anything remotely resembling a livable income. When I was just in PEI last month.
Okay, like I said, we don't need to go through the whole thing. It's on CPAC if people want to see it, or you can check it out on this Twitter account. But again, Leah Gazan, somebody to follow. I have not read this, but I'm very curious. Again, let's get to know our politicians or potential politicians and the shenanigans that they are up to. And this is from Rachel Gilmore, a wonderful journalist here in Canada. This thread is wild. Allegation of corruption and even possible criminal activity surrounding the Conservative Party nomination. I really want to know which side the candidate Sabrina believes was behind this. So Sabrina, former columnist for the National Post. Oh, definitely conservative then. So conservative and right-wing. Let's see. So, announcement. I'm suspending my campaign to become the next federal conservative candidate for an MP for Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. Sadly, I no longer have faith in the election's integrity, and here's why. So we have a thread, or we can just listen to her.
Today, I'm suspending my campaign to become the next federal conservative candidate and MP for Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. Living up to my values, why I entered this race to begin with, and my record of standing up for what's right leaves me no other choice. It comes down to this. I no longer have faith in the integrity of this election. Despite raising concerns to the Conservative Party nearly 2 weeks ago, despite submitting clear evidence of a corrupted process and potential legal actions taken by another campaign, nothing has been done.
What? The Conservatives haven't investigated corruption? No. Of course not. It's such a corrupt party. All of them are corrupt, but conservatives in particular are so corrupt. And the thing is that for leadership races in general, doesn't matter the party, they're all controlled. They're all biased. They're all, they're not a democracy when it comes to who the leader of a party is, or for who a candidate is. Because I know from personal experience with the NDP, the way that they vet people isn't done by the riding association. So the riding association doesn't always get a say as to who their candidate is going to be. So even though the riding association I was in would want me, the party wouldn't allow me because I'm outspoken and have a sense of humor. And then they just appointed someone. And there was many, many ridings where they wanted someone, but the office brass, whatever you want to call them, didn't approve of that candidate because they were too radical. And then they just appointed someone, sometimes parachuting them in. And when it comes to leadership races for these parties, they're very corrupt in different ways, as in, you know, first of all, you have to have a lot of money in order to run for them. So that limits the pool of people who can run for it in the first place. But then they do things around investigating signatures and finding ways to disqualify candidates that they don't want in and all that sort of stuff, even though the base of the party might have preferred this other person. But they'll look for any way possible, even made up ways, to make it so that they are disqualified from running. This is all the political parties, not just conservatives, but conservatives are corrupt in their own unique way. That is just, everything is corrupt.
We asked again and again for action, but there's been no sign that a promised internal investigation is actually underway. No next step shared as we get closer and closer to a vote. Despite repeated requests, There's been zero communication to candidates or the riding's Conservative voters to make them aware of interference with the democratic process. Zero communication that my campaign has been the clear target of highly unethical and potentially illegal efforts to sway the vote. There's been zero meaningful reassurances to me, other candidates, or voters that this will still be an open and fair election.
They aren't. They never are. The people within the party will have a preferred candidate a lot of the times, and they'll see to it that that preferred candidate is the one that wins. When it comes to selecting candidates, it is not a democratic process in this country. Doesn't matter the party.
My campaign hasn't been the only one to complain. Others have as well. But I'll leave it to those candidates to decide if and when they'd like to make their concerns public. When voters reach out to say they feel harassed or that they don't feel secure voting, and those concerns continue to go unaddressed, anyone who's truly committed to freedom and electoral integrity has no choice but to act. As a result, I can't in good conscience continue to be a part of this process. This isn't something I ever expected to say, and it's frankly heartbreaking after 110 days of campaigning and making so many sacrifices to be part of a conservative movement I believe in deeply, one that values freedom, the rule of law, and a strong democracy.
That kind of contradicts what you're just saying. But I guess that's why, because it's proven not to value a strong democracy. The Conservative Party never has. It never has. The freedom and all that sort of stuff. They've never valued it. They want to strip away your rights, and we'll get more into that.
I never asked to be acclaimed. I never asked for preferential treatment, and I never thought this would be easy or that there wouldn't be bumps or attacks along the way. All I ever asked and got assurances of was that this would indeed be an open and fair nomination contest. This, right now, isn't that. I'd like to thank my dedicated team, as well as supporters, donors, and volunteers who believed in my mission and gave so much of themselves to it. I also couldn't in good conscience continue to ask you to contribute to a corrupted contest. The voters of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill deserve to democratically choose their next Conservative candidate and MP. They deserve to know when there's been a breach of trust. They deserve to feel safe voting. I hope they still get the chance to. I call on the Conservative Party of Canada to secure our democratic nomination process, protect our values, and stand up to corrupt campaigns that show disdain for both.
Let's see if there's anything else in here. Despite raising concerns to the Conservative Party nearly 2 weeks ago, despite submitting clear evidence, the corrupt process, potential zero communication. I think this is just, okay, we don't need to go through the oh, no, there is new information in there. There is clear evidence that another campaign in my nomination race had access to not just an official membership list, but updated versions of it before closing notice and before the candidate was greenlit. They didn't just have access to lists for members, but the start of the contest, but were being updated with new members' names and contacts information as other campaigns made sales. This is blatantly against the rules. Note, member data can only be pulled from Conservative Party's tightly controlled Constituent Information Management System, or CIMS. The morning after the membership sales deadline, a mass email was sent to update the version of the official membership list that no candidate was allowed to have yet. No one had been greenlit. The subject, important info, Sabrina. It was full of defamatory smear attacks and deliberate misinformation about me. There's a lot. When I first ran for the NDP here in my area, and it was a contested nomination, there was a lot that happened from the board to favor the other candidate and to push back against me. Like at least they didn't try to smear me. That's not quite the NDP style, but they did everything they could to favor the other candidate. It's a long story that I'm not going to be telling right now. Let's see. Let's skip to this one. Multiple members told me they felt harassed by this unknown sender, didn't feel secure voting, and were concerned about both their data being compromised and the integrity of the election. I will post some of the notes we received in a separate thread. It was obvious why they might feel intimidated. An unknown entity had their confidential personal information and was attempting to aggressively influence their vote, which was supposed to be confidential. Yeah. You see, I'm not going to go over this whole thread because, as you can see, it's long. And I think a lot of it was in that little video that we just watched. But to me, as somebody who has been through the process, even with the NDP, I'm not surprised. And I'm not surprised it would be a lot worse with the Conservatives. Just the way that members within the party decide who the candidate is going to be, without any regard for what the riding association, for what the voters of that area want. And that is why it's so hard to get real change in office, because it's not the people selecting the candidates. It's not the people being able to choose. And that's why we need to push back on these systems. Like, you can't just get involved in politics for an election and then brush your hands of it. And that's why elections are just harm reduction, vote for the least worst option. But the rest of the time, we have to be putting pressure on the parties to stop this sort of thing so that we can actually get candidates in that we want to vote for. Because right now it is vote for the least worst option. If you aren't happy with any of them, then you have to spend the rest of the time working to make sure you get a candidate into the get a candidate available that you want to vote for. It's on the people to do that because the parties will not. So now we're getting into the issues of the federal government wanting to strip away reproductive rights for people in Canada. And we have, again, Leah Gazan speaking up against Pierre Poilievre's really horrible plan. And we'll get, again, into how much of a threat this person is in a little bit. So she tweeted out, today Poilievre showed once again he doesn't care about reproductive rights. Despite his party effort, I'm honored by the NDP to push to pass Bill C-64 today to provide free contraceptives to people in Canada. So in Canada, we do not have universal health care. Medication is not covered. There's supposed to be some sort of universal pharmacare that the NDP was supposed to push for, but instead, from the looks of it, we're going to be getting contraceptives and medication for diabetes, and that's it. Better than nothing, but nowhere near what they were promising. But let's see what she has to say about this.
Help us stop.
Honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not have free diabetes and birth control if it was up to the Conservative leader. And the Liberals, they keep delaying protecting women's rights. Reproductive rights are human rights, which includes barrier-free access to birth control. Unfortunately, this Conservative leader once again is attacking reproductive rights by blocking access to free contraception. Will the Liberals help us stop the Conservative leader and his anti-choice agenda and their efforts to deny free birth control?
Honourable member.
The Liberals will probably not do much of anything. And so it's like, women, are you going to put up with this shite? And so it begins. And so May 7th, 2024, Conservatives present petition to eliminate abortion rights. They are telling you that what they will do if they form government. Women and people who can get pregnant, beware. And so this is, again, they're starting. They're already starting to ramp up for this.
The honourable member of Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to present a petition today signed by Canadians from across the country. These Canadians are concerned about the nearly 100,000 preborn children who die every year since.
So as you can see, they're already starting to pick up on the same language that you hear a lot from the States, but the idea of preborn children. No, they're not preborn children. They're fetuses, they're zygotes, they're not human beings. But all the tactics that you see down in the States are now being used by a lot of the conservative politicians here. And you might think to yourself, but it didn't work down in the States. But only it did. Because Roe v. Wade got overturned. Now in Canada, it's going to be a lot harder to overturn that because it's in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But, there's a big but, if Pierre Poilievre gets in power, we're in danger of losing that right. And I'll explain why. Like already we're at risk of losing that right through the provinces defunding clinics that supply reproductive care. And in New Brunswick, there's no clinic that you can even go to get an abortion. And so they're already working on provincial levels to take away this right from people. And should the Conservatives get into power again, they're going to start working on a federal level to remove this right, a right that we've had for decades.
It's the Morgentaler decision. Canada is only one of 2 nations in the world that have 0 laws protecting the preborn.
Yes, Canada is one of the most liberal countries in the world when it comes to reproductive care. You can get an abortion in Canada no matter when, no matter why. If you can access it. The big if. It's not illegal, but you have to somehow be able to access it. And accessing it is the trick. It's kind of like nobody is prevented from buying a Porsche. Everyone can buy a Porsche if you can afford it. So it's the same with if you need an abortion. Canada is like one of the only countries, one of, I guess, 2 countries where it's like, doesn't matter how far along you are, doesn't matter the reason, you can get one. It's your right. It's just a matter of if you can access it.
They also note that a child's heartbeat begins when the child is 6 weeks old.
That's a lie. That's a lie. They don't have a heart at 6 weeks old.
And they are calling on the government of Canada and this place to strengthen the protections for the preborn in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So yes, it is beginning here in Canada too, although it's already started. It's just now coming federally. So Smith today, and this is from The Breakdown, a wonderful account to follow if you want to stay up to date with provincial news in Alberta. When asked about whether Albertans should be concerned about abortion rights and access to abortion, I certainly wouldn't ask my MLA's members to do anything that goes against their conscience. Sound familiar?
In going to projects.
Given several of your ministers and UCP MLAs attended that rally, and Alberta's own Health Minister used to serve on a board of a pro-life association, should Albertans have any concerns that changes to access abortion services could be changing under your government?
Well, I'm pro-choice, and I'm glad to lead a party that has a wide...
Again, it's this idea of, like, anyone can get an abortion, you just won't be able to access one. That's all. You're welcome to get an abortion, you just have nowhere to go to get one.
Wide range of perspectives that includes people who disagree with me on this issue, because you can, I think, have a really robust, important discussion on a whole range of issues, and we focus on the things we agree on. So I certainly would, I don't ask my members to do anything that goes against their conscience. And
you see, the thing about party politics here in Canada is you have to toe the party line. Very, very rarely do they say party members can vote their conscience. And that's why I don't get on the case of some NDP MPs who maybe go along with the party on votes where it's like, well, if they voted no, it wouldn't have made a difference and it would have shown where they stood. Only that can literally lead them to being kicked out of the party and no longer being effective. Like no longer having that platform, that ability, and to try to get reelected when you're not part of a party is extremely difficult. And so playing the political game up here is a lot different than playing the political game in the United States. Because you have to toe that party line. But on very, very rare instances, the party leaders will allow votes of conscience, so you don't have to toe that party line. But it more or less has to be declared ahead of time before you even dare try to vote in a way that the party doesn't approve of. And so for her to just already be saying like, oh, I would let them vote their conscience, that's on this and this only. And that's a good indication of saying like she's okay with, you know, these rights being stripped away from people.
And I certainly support them in going to private events as private MLAs and private citizens.
Given several of your
And so Mark Gerston, he's a Liberal MP for Kingston and the Islands, Deputy Government House Leader, and he's also pointing out how bad the Conservatives are going to be on this issue. So again, it's all that get to know your politicians. And, you know, he is Liberal, but I do agree with him on this. So you can go grab a snack, and this goes on for a while. So every Conservative MP you see here has been endorsed by an anti-choice group that wants to roll back abortion rights. We don't need the music. You might be noticing a trend with this, mostly white men. But then again, that's the Conservative Party, is mostly white men. Like, we actually... look, 2 women in a row. And one of them is black. So the Conservative Party, very diverse. But the vast majority of these are white cis men that want to roll back the rights. And so if you have the time and you have a Conservative MP, go back to this list and see if your MP is one of them. Oh, we're going to be getting to her later on. We have a story with her later on. It's a good distraction from the fact that she wants to roll back abortion rights. Huh. Interesting. See, this is why it's important to get to know your politicians, because it's important to note that she's here, because we're going to be covering her in a different story in just a moment. This goes on for half a minute. So, oh, did I backtrack? Oh, it must have re-looped. Okay. So, if you have a Conservative MP, go back and see if they're on that list. And if that's the case, you need to work like hell to make sure they don't get back into power. So, breaking: Conservative MPs speak at anti-abortion rally after discussing in the House of Commons how hundreds of thousands of preborn children are being killed. Conservative MPs doubled down while giving speeches at anti-abortion rally on Parliament Hill. Watch.
We will work hard to build a Canada that's filled with hope instead of hurt. I ask that you help me be the voice of common sense in the House of Commons by adding your name to a petition. There are several people collecting petitions here today, and if you find one of them, please help us out there.
So here we have Conservative MPs talking at this. So Jagmeet Singh went to a counter rally to this that he tweeted incessantly about, while not mentioning anything about the student protests. At least not until I was doing my show. And then he finally tweeted it out just to show me up.
Life from conception to natural death. We are called to protect the dignity of life from conception to natural death.
They don't care, because they don't care about quality of life in between. They really don't. They won't do anything to help people raise their children. It's the same as in the States. Like, they'll strip away any socialized program, like the child benefit payments that people get. The Conservatives would take that away in a heartbeat. Yeah, a fetal heartbeat. So when he's done, he turns over to Conservative MP Kathy Wagentall, who claims the truth is not being told in general. So let's see.
The truth is not being told in general media or in our House of Commons about what abortion really does to your heart and your mind and your soul and your body, let alone to that life that is lost.
It's not a life lost, and a lot of people have abortions and they're fine. Like, they're fine. There are people who get abortions for traumatic reasons, or they have complications with it that are issues. But the vast majority of people who get an abortion move on with their lives just fine. In fact, it allows them to have a life, to move on with a life that they're choosing, to go the directions that they want. And again, that's not to dismiss all the people who have to have an abortion because of issues like there's something wrong and the life of the parent is at risk, or it's not viable and things of that sort. Like, those are tragic reasons. And under conservative leadership, even those people wouldn't be able to get an abortion. So here we have another conservative MP, Kathy Wagentail.
And we in the House, as conservatives, stand for equality between men and women from the instant of conception.
So we have to be on guard for this, because it will become an issue if Pierre Poilievre gets into power like you wouldn't believe, and we'll get into that. So again, here is Leah Gazan. So honored to join the pro-choice advocates and fellow New Democrats to oppose attacks on abortion rights today. We will always uphold the right to choose in Canada, and we won't stop until that right is no longer threatened.
And I am here today to tell all of you, hello, freedom fighters! And I'm the proud member of Winnipeg Centre and a proud member of the New Democratic Party, the party that has always stood with the right to choose. And I am here today to tell all of you, keep your hands off our uterus. Because, my friends, abortion rights are human rights. Abortion is health care, and any threat to take away that fundamental right is taking away our right to access health care.
So again, just note who is speaking up. Like I said, there is a group of people within the NDP that if they were the party, we'd actually have a leftist progressive party that could energize the base. But the people in charge of the NDP prevent that from happening. And so the reason why having Pierre Poilievre in office is such a danger is he's already hinted at he would use the notwithstanding clause. Oh, but he says that he would only use it for things like bail reform. There would be nothing stopping him from using it for reproductive care. Like, what's to stop there? Having a prime minister willing to use the notwithstanding clause to take away people's rights while accusing the Liberal Party of being the dictators is insane. And it is a real risk, should Poilievre get into power, that once he starts down that path and normalizing using the notwithstanding clause, a lot more of our rights are going to be stripped away. So I have this video here.
Canada's
and it's from CBC News, and this does a good breakdown on what the notwithstanding clause is. It is a 12-minute long video, but it is very important for Canadians to know how this works. So we're watching it.
Constitution has a backdoor. a fully legal way of circumventing the baseline rights and freedoms guaranteed to us by the Canadian Charter.
We're ready to use the notwithstanding clause.
A notwithstanding clause?
Notwithstanding clause.
Yes, it's called the notwithstanding clause. Not exactly the sexiest name for basically the thing that uses the Charter to short-circuit other parts of the Charter, but it's still kind of taboo. Pierre Poilievre, for example, is promising to get tough on crime in a way that might not be entirely constitutional.
It will be jail and not bail. Multiple murderers will stay in maximum security. Multiple murderers will only ever come out of jail in a box.
But he won't exactly say how he'll pass laws that violate, for example, a multiple murderer's right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment.
We will make them constitutional using whatever tools the Constitution allows me to use to make them constitutional. I think you know exactly what I mean.
Now, one of the real big dangers about this too, because down in the States you have executive orders, but those can be challenged in a court of law, and he'll get to it. Basically, once a notwithstanding clause is declared, there's nothing you can do. Literally nothing, because normally the notwithstanding clause is used because a law has been passed by, generally speaking, a provincial government that has been challenged, and it has been proven to be unconstitutional and to violate people's rights. But then they invoke the notwithstanding clause, and that's it. You can't challenge it further. There's no recourse once they take that route. And that's part of the reason why this is so dangerous. And that clause needs to be removed from our charters of rights and free. It should not be there.
It's a pretty prickly topic. He tiptoed around it again a day later.
We're going to put the criminals in jail, and we're going to do so with laws that are fully constitutional.
So how often are you going to use the notwithstanding clause?
And just so there's no ambiguity, I haven't heard from a single person who's unclear what Poilievre is talking about.
I think I know exactly what he means. And in part, it's because Mr. Poilievre, it's not the first time he's referenced the notwithstanding clause.
So there's no doubt about it. He was talking at that. He would be the first prime minister to bring in, for the first time, the notwithstanding clause in the federal parliament.
So why is this constitutional backdoor so unmentionable? Why might it be useful? And why do some think it threatens to rip apart the very fabric of our democratic ideals? Let's talk about it. I'll get to the incredible power of the notwithstanding clause in just a second, but I just want to be clear on one thing first. A big part of why everyone's so sure Poilievre intends to invoke the clause if he becomes prime minister is because he explicitly promised to. The same year he became conservative leader. I mean, just look for yourself. As prime minister, I will use the notwithstanding clause. That's about as clear as it gets.
When they tell you who they are, believe them. And by basically saying, I will use the notwithstanding clause, he is saying, I will trample over your rights. Your rights be damned. I'm going to do what I want.
It's on Pierre Poilievre stationery and everything. The reason he wants to do this goes back to the Supreme Court case of Alexandre Bissonnette, who pleaded guilty to killing 6 people in a Quebec City mosque in 2017.
We're hearing from witnesses that people were shot while they were in mid-prayer. We're hearing from other witnesses that they could hear the bullets flying overhead.
Prosecutors called for Bissonnette to serve 6 life sentences, one for each victim. But they wanted those sentences served consecutively, one after another. Do the math, that's 150 years in prison before any chance of parole, but the Supreme Court ruled that's inhumane. Such sentences are degrading in nature and thus incompatible with human dignity because they deny offenders any possibility of reintegration into society.
The court actually says, look, you have to give people, even if they've committed the worst crimes, this sense of hope that at some stage they will see the light of day again, to give them the ability to rehabilitate themselves.
Now, I'll say, even the Liberal government at the time said it was disappointed by the Supreme Court ruling. Poilievre, though, vowed to do what the Liberals would not.
I just need to point out that, yes, indeed, this is what Canada's Supreme Court looks like. Yep, this is it. That's the outfits. Uh-huh. It's Canada's Supreme Court right there. Mm-hmm. It looks like there should be like little elves around them and presents and Christmas trees.
The Supreme Court ruling. Polyev, though, vowed to do what the Liberals would not, which is, in effect, to overrule the highest court in the land. He promised to do that again this week, several times. But how is that even possible? Like, doesn't the Supreme Court represent peak authority in this country? Almost. If 1867 was the year Canada was born, 1982 was the year it came of age. The year we stopped being a legal colony of Great Britain. The year we gained control over our own constitution. And the year we entrenched our Charter of Rights and Freedoms as the law of the land.
So that's important to know that a lot of Canadians don't know, is that our Charter of Rights and Freedoms was kind of redone only back in 1982. So we're not as set in stone as the United States are when it comes to their constitution. Ours can actually change and be updated and stuff. And this was just part of the process when we actually separated ourselves more from British rule.
A law every court would swear to uphold. But the one big concession in making that happen was the inclusion of an override clause. A clause which is part of the Charter itself.
We need some kind of mechanism that allows for legislatures and Parliament to be able to also respond in the event that judicial power is used inappropriately, or that there's a decision that we just simply can't live with as a democracy.
And thus, Section 33.
So imagine it like this for the Americans. The Supreme Court made a ruling that they're banning immigration from all Muslim countries, and that gets challenged. Well, that's at the Supreme Court, so it can't be challenged anymore. So then it's basically the president coming in and saying, well, I don't believe that was just, so I'm going to override it with this. And that's kind of what this was designed for, so that if there was a decision made that really didn't seem to fall in line with what the country wanted, that there'd be a way to fight back against that, like a way to override that. The problem is that it's not how it's going to get used to have something like that. When they put this in place, I don't know if they were thinking about it, but they really should have thought about, like, well, can't this also be used to override the rights that do align with our Constitution? Because maybe back in the day, they were so naive and thinking, well, nobody would do that.
The notwithstanding clause was born. So how does it work? Well, it specifically lays out the parts of the Charter that can be ignored if lawmakers expressly say that's what they're doing. So, you know, things like freedom of religion, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of peaceful assembly. These and several other freedoms can be overridden using the notwithstanding clause. Then consider those legal rights that we all hold. Things like the right against unreasonable search and seizure, the right against arbitrary arrest and detention, the right to bail, the right to a fair trial, the right against cruel and unusual punishment. That last one, cruel and unusual punishment, that's where Polyev is likely to get tripped up, wanting to keep.
Sorry, I just noticed the blue tie. So Trump wants to go with the red tie because he's Republican and red is Republican down in the States. So here's Polyev with the bright blue tie because blue is conservative here in Canada. Not a pattern at all. Not a trend. No,
That's where Polyev is likely to get tripped up, wanting to keep multiple murderers in jail for their entire lives. The notwithstanding clause would let him ignore that. The override lasts for 5 years, at which point it can just be renewed again if the government in power so desires. And once invoked, there's no real way to challenge Section 33 on the grounds that it contravenes the Charter. I mean, it exists expressly to contravene the Charter. So in that sense, the decision generally just stands.
Even its great supporters really didn't think it was going to be frequently used. The political costs would be so high that maybe the notwithstanding clause would kind of stay in the closet, and it's not going to come out. It's the bear spray nobody needs because there's no bears around.
Except things have changed quite a bit over the years.
Like everything, our political, I think, consensus has become a little more fractured.
For the first nearly 40 years of the Charter, the notwithstanding clause had almost exclusively been used by Quebec, mainly as a way of protesting a constitution that they didn't sign on to. Yukon tried using it once on a land planning issue. Saskatchewan used it to settle a labor dispute. Alberta tried twice. Both attempts ended in failure. But only in the last 5-6 years have we seen a real ramp up in use of the notwithstanding clause by provinces.
Our first order of business will be to reintroduce the Better Local Government Act, and with it, invoke.
You might notice a trend on who's using the notwithstanding clause.
Section 33 of the Constitution.
In 2018, Doug Ford threatened to invoke the clause because he wanted to slash the size of Toronto City Council during a municipal election. He said it was to make government more efficient and effective. Critics said, "You're doing this during an election? This is ridiculous, and you're undermining democracy."
Why do it right in the middle of an election? That smacks.
He wanted Toronto to pay. It was revenge on Toronto for not electing him mayor. That's all it was. It was him being extraordinarily petty that he would redefine the voting areas and stuff during an election. Just such a petty little baby.
Clearly of using it for political reasons, not for any other reasons.
In the end, Doug Ford got his way without actually having to pull the trigger on using the clause. 3 years later, he decided to invoke the clause again to change election advertising rules. It worked. He used it, despite a lower court ruling that the law violated freedom of expression. Now, did any of that hurt him politically? Didn't seem to.
What a night and what a result!
Ontario is waking up to 4 more years of Doug Ford. His Progressive Conservative Party sailed to an even bigger majority.
A few months later, he decided he would short-circuit the charter a third time to prevent education support workers from going on strike.
Premier Doug Ford is reaching for the legal tool meant.
And here's the other thing that you might be noticing a little trend of. So far, the notwithstanding clause hasn't been used or invoked in a way that would actually benefit the people, but solely to benefit him or to push back against workers. Actually, he's used it to make people's lives worse. And yet he still got reelected in because people just were fed up with the elections and didn't come out to vote. Got into power with 18% of possible votes. This is why I still push for people to vote for the least worst option, because the worst options are monsters.
As a last resort, invoking the notwithstanding clause to avoid a school workers' strike.
Those workers, fed up, went on strike anyway.
Solidarity!
There was almost a general strike across Ontario to oppose that use of the notwithstanding clause, and the Ontario government stepped back and decided not to use the notwithstanding clause in that circumstance.
Now, maybe you're thinking, so it all works out. The notwithstanding clause isn't some kind of magic wand with unlimited power. Sure, but it's also not just Ontario. Quebec used the clause twice in the last 5 years, once to ban religious symbols for people in authority.
Basically, it's take off your scarf if you want to continue and work as a teacher. And for me, this is out of the question.
And then a second time to expand the requirement that businesses communicate in French.
It's about protecting something that will always be vulnerable, which is our language in Quebec.
This is why a lot of corporations don't operate in Quebec, because of their language laws. Like, Canada does have language laws, they're in Quebec. Like, the rules they have around them are so intense. So intense. Like, the place that I used to work at, the head office of a retail company, around Christmas time, we would send ornaments or graduation and things of that sort. And we had to inspect all of them to see if any of them had English writing on them. And if they did, we could not send them to the Quebec locations. Like, even our store name had to have a different name, even though it was a branding thing. So you have to actually change the name of your store in order to operate out of Quebec. You can't just keep your English name for it. That's how intense they are with their language laws.
Then, most recently, just last year, Scott Moe in Saskatchewan invoked the notwithstanding clause to pass a law requiring parents to be notified of any pronoun changes for their kids at school. Point being, we haven't in decades seen such an extensive use of this constitutional kill switch as we have lately. Now, I want to be as fair as possible here. There's a reason that the notwithstanding clause exists.
Politicians said we don't want a situation like in the American Supreme Court, when if you hand over absolute power to judges, there is a concern that that can politicize that branch of the court in a way that can be unhealthy. And the downside is that vulnerable minorities whose rights are not well protected in majoritarian politics will not find it very comforting to know that that there is a way that majorities can simply implement their will.
The question of whether Pierre Poilievre would really attempt to become the first prime minister in Canadian history, if elected, to circumvent the charter in this way. I mean, his thoughts on that seem pretty clear.
I will be the democratically elected prime minister, democratically accountable to the people, and they can then make the judgments themselves on whether they think my laws are constitutional, because they will be.
This is a policy he's... Like, that's the thing. They're not constitutional if you have to use the notwithstanding clause on them. That's not what the people want. That's what he wants.
Likely to lean in on. He believes more Canadians are worried about crime than are worried about the notwithstanding clause.
But what hitting that notwithstanding button will mean for the country, that's harder to answer.
If it is going to be used by Pierre Poilievre for this reason, then there's going to be a lobby to do it for almost everything.
In the short term, we've seen examples of the clause being used to just cut to the chase, get the job done in as expedient and no-nonsense a way as possible. But long term?
If you want to have a democracy where you get a slim majority, and then you could basically use any law to underwrite any law, any right, then you're not really a democracy.
There's no right or wrong answer here, but there is a fierce debate with a lot at stake.
So how many of you think that reproductive rights would be safe if Pierre Poilievre is in and isn't afraid to use the notwithstanding clause? Like, granted, again, it's only for a 5-year period, but in those 5 years, irreparable harm would be done to a lot of people. And then it all depends on who's in office next time, because quite often when somebody gets elected in, they're elected in a second time. So it is the thought that he might start using the notwithstanding clause, because once you kind of open that and start normalizing it, it will just start being used for everything to get their way. instead of having to, do the whole democracy thing that they constantly claim that's what they love. Again, I cannot stress enough how dangerous it will be to get Pierre Poilievre into office, and why I say you might not like the Liberals, but if you're in a riding that they're the next option under the Conservatives, you vote Liberal. If it's NDP, you vote NDP. I'm all going to be about the strategic voting, because having him in power, so much harm will be done to so many people. And it is just, I wish I could educate more people on this. More people need to know this is happening, that this is a threat, but most people don't. They're not plugged in. They don't know that this is an issue. Instead, they're worried about coffee lids. And we're going to get to that in just a moment. But first, go and check the Sandbox. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, no communication? Where the fuck have I heard that phrase before? Oh yeah, corruption media. Veg the aging hippie. PP is hiding his actual plans. He pretends to be for the working class. This little weasel is a two-faced liar. Yeah, and also I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. And yeah, he is blatantly playing the populist card. He's anything but. He's a career politician, got his pension in his early 30s. He's a millionaire. He's a landlord. He is just so not one of the working average people. But that's why he's going to win, is because he's playing that role. And none of the other politicians are being populist or trying to really appeal to the average person. They're all too pretentious and snobbish and stuck up and flaunt their wealth and all that sort of stuff. And even though Pierre is lying, he's still playing the part. And people are so desperate for a change, they don't look into it. They don't find out what's behind it. They don't look into the policies and try to understand what's actually going to happen should he get elected in. And so there's even a lot of people who would normally vote NDP that are swinging conservative, whereas normally it's not the NDP's fault, it's the Liberals. So normally you have people that toggle between the Liberals and the Conservatives. But this time, even some NDPers, like former NDP voters, are looking to vote Conservative, because we just have no good options on the left. Jar, preborn is such a weird term. It sounds culturally like terminology Scientologists use. Culty, yeah. Jump to the bottom. Jar says, I just went through that in a nonprofit leadership election. It's slimy. They turn around and tried to come up with every reason why I was the problem. They could have just told me they'd chosen. Yeah. I have been in that role. Again, the only thing is that they didn't try to smear me, at least. Grant Johnston. Politicians preaching violence against people, politics should absolutely be banned from running for office. No amount of votes can justify violence against any minority or group of people. Jar, the notwithstanding clauses. Merry Christmas. Grand Theft Autobot. I'm Canadian and I didn't know they dressed and looked like that. I just didn't look into it. No Supreme Court judge said, oh no, I don't want to look like a mall Santa. Let's change this. Again, it's important to learn about our country. That's what our Supreme Court justices dress. It's embarrassing sometimes, but yeah, a lot of people don't know how many members are on the Supreme Court, and no one can name a single Supreme Court justice. I can't. But that's also because our Supreme Court isn't nearly as problematic as the American one. In fact, our Supreme Court tends to fall in line with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the vast majority of rulings they have tend to be good. If they get enacted, that's a whole other thing, but they tend to be good. So when it's not a problem, you don't tend to hear about it too much. It's kind of like that organ in the body that everyone has, but nobody knows that they have it until suddenly there's an issue, and then suddenly that's the only thing they can think of. Grand Theft Autobot, has the notwithstanding clause ever been used for something good, or is it just a way for conservatives to force their will upon the rest of us? It's the latter. It is. It's force workers back to work. It's override the rights of, like, that's it. It's to override the rights of people. And so far, it hasn't been used for anything good. Quebec would argue that having their language laws in place is for the good, but it's not. Or the fact that they remove people's ability to wear religious symbols, public sectors. People can't wear religious symbols at work, including headscarves and stuff. They would argue that's for the good of a secular province and stuff. But all it does is take away people's freedom of expression, their rights. And I'm quite worried about how Pierre Poilievre will use it should he become prime minister. My phone just buzzed at me. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Gaia, trust me, conservatives wouldn't want to live in the conservative dystopia they want to create. That's why migration is one way to liberal countries. My dogs are goth. Veg, the aging hippie, seems to come around regularly but is quiet. He is Canadian and has his own interesting channel on YouTube. He's a friend of Sandy from Environmental Coffee House. Well, welcome. Have to check that out. We're getting close to the last segment of our show. That means you only have a few more chances to send in those super chats and super stickers, says Looney Tunes 9000. Yep. A couple more things. One of these days, I'm going to start keeping these around to 2 hours again. Dark Element Games, our Supreme Court tends not to overstretch their hands. Grant Johnston, there's a portion of the NDP voters that are obviously confused if they are looking at the cons, lol. Yeah, they're just looking for change. They're looking to be acknowledged, all that sort of stuff. Okay. I'm going to try to speed run this next little bit, and then we'll get into the queer news. There's some odds and ends in here. Again, it's all federal level politics, but remember in that little video showing the conservative MPs that were in favor of stripping away reproductive rights, and I pointed out Leanne Rood? Well, you see, they're trying to distract from the fact that they're doing this, and they go the same way the Americans tend to go with the culture war issues. So, you know, sexy M&Ms, or they're removing one child book that they think should stay in there because it has problematic imaging or something. Like all those very stupid little things that have no impact on anyone's life whatsoever. And she took it and said, I'll do that, but Canadian. Leanne Rood, this is the last straw. Well, lid anyway. We've overlooked Tim Hortons wacko. They're really getting onto this wacko word ever since Pierre Poilievre used it to call Justin Trudeau a wacko in question period. So we've overlooked Tim Hortons wacko menu items, but now their coffee doesn't even work like coffee anymore. So the wacko menu items they're talking about is Tim Hortons now has pizza. Sure, I think they've experimented with that before. And their coffee doesn't even work like coffee anymore. I'm pretty sure it's still the same coffee. And it does all the coffee things that coffee tends to do. That hasn't changed. Instead, these woke paper lids dissolve after 2 sips, ruining the coffee. I'm done with Tim Hortons until they stop this. So here we have wacko, we're woke, it's all just the same culture war bullshit. And my God, how hard was she sucking on that? Yeah, that's not a prop I'd want to be showing off on here. But there's more. Joy Henderson, is this for real? People in Canada can barely afford groceries, rents, medicine, and Conservative MPs are whining about lids from takeout coffee cups not being plastic. And so Leanne Rude later tweeted out after that, Tim's used to be for the little guy who wanted a quick coffee and a bite. Now they're making pizzas in crappy paper lids. Well, they still can you know, a little bite pizza is fine. Like, why is pizza woke suddenly? Why is Tim Hortons having little itty bitty pizzas that you can get woke? Like, I'm actually curious and been wanting to try one. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But how is them expanding their menu to include pizza woke? It's not vegan pizza. You know, it's not, you must eat this pizza to become gay pizza. Like, it's not, you know, they don't have little rainbow flags on it. I don't understand how having pizza suddenly makes them woke. In crappy paper lids? Okay, there's a way to solve that. That's it. That's what you do if you don't like the lid. You pop it off and you just put it over there, and you don't have to use it. You just or you could bring in your own mug. You know, your own little mug with your plastic and everything, and then you can even throw them all out. So you can have a reusable mug that you just throw out every time you go to Tim Hortons. There's nothing forcing you to use this lid, and it's good. It's a good thing to have lids that can biodegrade. Just saying. So she says, I'm done with Tim Hortons until they stop trying to push these woke paper lids that dissolve in your mouth. Melts in your mouth, not in your hands. Yeah. It's probably not as bad as she makes it sound. Like, paper straws when they first started were pretty bad. But they've been changing and getting better, and now they're manageable for a drink. Like, you know, you wouldn't want to use them long term, but for one drink, they're fine. And, you know, we got to transition away from plastic because plastic is just the worst. And I think she mentions it, so we'll watch her little ad here.
Well, Canada, this is the last straw. I mean, lid.
That is not a very good delivery right there. Oh, this is less straw. I mean lid. Like, there's comedic timing, and a lot of politicians don't have that. Let's just say that. And does anyone want to look up what this necklace is here? This dog tag. Does anyone want to look that up while I'm doing this?
Really, Tim Hortons? Paper lids that disintegrate in your mouth?
Again, how hard was she sucking on that? And who's Leanne? She's Leanne, right? Her name was Leanne Rude. Okay, good. I'm like, for a minute there, I thought that was someone else's name. But But, you know, she went and spent some of her own money for a small coffee and then just really like slobbered all over that thing.
Come on. This is just another example of something trying to help the environment when it's actually going to have the opposite effect. If we have a plastic lid, at least it's recyclable. But
Only a lot of things that are plastic and recyclable don't actually end up getting recycled. Like, in fact, the vast majority of it ends up in the oceans and landfills, and microplastics are a problem because then they break down and they infect all of our foods and everything of that sort. Plastic is not the answer, but if you have a biodegradable lid like this, so when people just toss it on the ground like they always do, it will eventually break down. And if it goes in a landfill, it will eventually break down. If it goes into the ocean, it will eventually break down. This is a much better idea for a lid than the plastic ones that rarely ever end up in recycling, and the ones that do end up in recycling rarely ever get recycled.
this, disintegrating in your mouth as you're trying to drink your coffee? No thanks. I don't know about you, but until Tim Hortons gets rid of this paper lid, I'm done with Tim Hortons.
Trying to see what the dog tag is. Somebody else was covering this and mentioned that that was an Israeli dog tag, and I'm not entirely sure if it is or not. I can't quite make out what's written on it. But it wouldn't surprise me if she's a Zionist. And what choice was this? If there are things about people's appearances that they can't control, I don't mock it. And I don't mock anyone for their weight or anything of that sort. Those were drawn on. Just wants to be in a constant state of shock. Is that it? That's a choice there. This is a choice. Just constantly want to show how outraged and shocked by all this wokeness she is.
Importance. Well.
And this is peak faux outrage. Somebody else quote tweeting this saying, "This isn't just bad, it's un-Canadian. It's not Canadian, this lid. This recyclable, this biodegradable lid." The thing is that Tim Hortons isn't Canadian. It hasn't been a Canadian corporation for decades. It's owned by a foreign corporation. It's not a Canadian brand anymore. Hasn't been for a long time. So what's un-Canadian about it? It's very capitalist. That's very Canadian. Yeah, and just the idea that we have politicians that were paying salaries of over $100,000, and this is what they're doing. This is what their focus is on these lids, these little lids that mean nothing. They don't affect anyone's life. They have no importance. And meanwhile, she's one of the ones that's trying to strip away reproductive rights. All they're doing is using this as a culture war thing to gloss over, to distract from what the real agenda is. And it's sad because it works so much. It works. That's why they do it still. So frustrating. So frustrating. This is what we pay our politicians to do. To strip away our rights and have fake outrage over coffee lids because, like, she actually goes to Tim Hortons on a regular basis. You know, she gets paid a lot. She goes to Starbucks. It is just ridiculous, but here's the state of where we are right now with our federal candidates. It's kind of amazing. All 4 major leaders are underwater. All of our major leaders are underwater. So, yes, all the NDP, the Liberals, and Conservatives have net unapproval ratings. That's where we are. It's where we are. Is that what I wanted? Like, it's just, how did we get here when nobody wants any of the leaders that are in power? And this is why, again, there's such a need to make sure that there's people in place that we want to vote for. There needed to be a leadership race for the NDP, and it needed to be open so that anyone who is part of the NDP could have run for it. Instead, they make them financially inaccessible to a lot of people. And then they do all their little shenanigans behind the scene to ensure that the person the inner brass wants gets elected. But like, how bad is it when all of them have a negative approval rating, like a net negative approval rating right now? Like, down here was really bad for the Conservatives. That's when we had Brian Mulroney in and he had to step down back in the early 90s. And then, of course, Stephen Harper back here really dropped it down. Funny how the Conservatives always tend to get the lowest. Like lowest there, and even here back in the 2020. Lower than any of the other parties, but, now the Liberals are catching up. We need a party in Canada people actually are engaged with or energetic about. This is ridiculous, especially when we have so many people within the NDP that would be such amazing leaders. And if they could actually get into leadership and start making the party what the base wants, then all the other parties would become moot, because a lot of the policies that the NDP want to put in place, like the ones that I'm talking about, the members I'm talking about, would benefit everyone, even Conservatives. It would benefit you. Conservatives, like, imagine that. Policies that would actually help improve the quality of your life, help improve, affordability. And if we had NDP people that could get in and actually implement the things they promised, we'd never vote for another party. It is, like the only way another party could get back in power is through manipulation and corruption and circumventing and all that sort of stuff. Similar with like some South American countries, like once they have the good leaders in, the bad leaders do get back in, but they do so in very sketchy ways until they can overturn that. And it'd be no different here. Like, if we actually got the policies and it benefits everyone, and it would, then why would we vote for anyone else? Because all that woke stuff, all that, culture war stuff, the coffee lids, people will stop caring about that. If they start getting government in where they no longer have to worry about paying for medication, they actually get the health care they need. They actually can afford rent. They have a basic livable income. All that sort of stuff. Nobody would give a fuck about paper lids. Right. There's two of these that I want to get to. See, I'm just saying. Okay. Going to try to speed run through these. Nikki Ashton, again, their politician, learn her name, NDP MP, calling out the Liberals, because when it comes to Indigenous peoples in this country, the Liberals are horrible. They're horrible. They backtrack on all their promises. They're so performative in anything they do. And here's just more case in point to that. So Nikki Ashton saying the Liberal claim they care about Indigenous communities, but if that was the case, why have they announced cuts to Indigenous Services Canada? So all the services that we get on provincial level are dealt with federally for Indigenous peoples. So they don't get the same health care as I do. They don't get the access to the same type of services as I do. It's all federally for them. And so she says, but yeah, the fact that they reverse cuts doesn't mean the fact that they reverse cuts doesn't mean they care, only that they're afraid of the backlash.
Indigenous peoples, leaders, advocates, Canadians were shocked and angered at the cuts announced by the Liberals to Indigenous Services Canada in the fall economic statement. How could this government, in the face of a $350 billion infrastructure gap for First Nations, be proposing cuts to the services Indigenous peoples?
Yeah, so the Indigenous communities, especially northern ones, are in such disrepair. Like, part of it is it's very expensive to, get houses out into the middle of nowhere, but that's the job. That's what the federal government should be doing, because you have houses and infrastructure that is simply falling apart. And they're living in horrendous conditions. A lot of them don't have clean drinking water. A lot of them are on toxic land, have toxic water. They have houses with mold in them and all that sort of stuff. And the federal government just keeps on not doing their job, not doing anything to help them.
Communities rely on. The Liberals said it wouldn't affect services, but never in the history of cuts this big has that been the case. And while they'll never admit it, the Liberals' reversal of those cuts is a tacit admission that that would have been the case. Indigenous people.
And more from Nikki Ashton. First Nations wanted to work with International Commission on Missing Persons to uncover the truth about mass graves. That was until the Liberals ended their contract. Justice delayed. The government must support First Nations to bring their children home.
Over. The reality is we're now approaching 3 years since Canadians learned what First Nations across this country already knew: the existence of mass grave sites near residential schools. Yet this government is still not supporting communities with the resources they need to bring their children home. Communities like Cross Lake and others wanted to work with the International Commission on Missing Persons, the work that has already begun. However, before it could move forward, the government ended the contract, and now Cross Lake and other communities are forced to start over. Justice delayed. Despite his claims that he wants to support communities, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations has done virtually nothing to assist First Nations who want to work with the ICMP, a global leader when it comes to uncovering mass graves. He's done virtually nothing to assist First Nations who desperately want to work to uncover the truth and bring their children home. In Sagging First Nation, an employee recently found bones while digging a trench for a water pipe to a church addition. This area wasn't part of any known cemetery. The community wants to work with the International Commission of Missing Persons. They've asked CERNAC for support, but haven't received any.
And it's just the way this country treats Indigenous peoples. Then it is any surprise how they favor Israel in their treatment of the Palestinians? It's settler colonialism 101. And it's horrible, and it needs to end. Like, it's no wonder, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals support the genocide in Gaza, because that's what we're doing when we're not calling them out, and when we still send them money and weapons and stuff. We're supporting that genocide. This country is. When it keeps on denying the genocides that happened here and that are still ongoing. But not enough attention is brought to these issues, and it is a federal government issue and responsibility that needs to be taken care of. So it's good that we have Nikki Ashton speaking up on these, because so too often in the news and the media, these issues get ignored. So from Pierre Polyev, breaking: Jagmeet Singh's top spokesperson and brother company is lobbyist for a grocery giant. What a hypocrite. Is that why grocery prices are up 12% since Singh gained power in Trudeau government? No. No, it is not. It's not even close. For one thing, I covered this. Singh's brother is a lobbyist for a different grocery chain than Loblaws, and Loblaws is where the price increases have just gone astronomical. Like they have in all grocery chains, but it's Loblaws that's particularly bad for that, which is why there's a boycott Loblaws right now. So that's you can go online to find out the different stores owned by the Westons and Loblaws, like Shoppers Drug Mart, things of that sort. And there's a boycott this month because it's greed. Like that's what it is. It's capitalist greed that has caused the prices to go up. You know, Singh has no power. He hasn't been able to get anything he wants in the government. Like it's the idea that him propping up the Liberal government somehow gave him the power to have his brother lobbyist increase prices in a grocery chain is laughable. Like I said that it would make me wonder whenever Jagmeet then calls out Loblaws for their prices and the way that they're abusing their employees and things of that sort. Can you trust it's coming from an authentic place when his brother is a lobbyist for the other branch? And that, to me, is a far more legitimate criticism, because will Jagmeet actually criticize Sobeys and their practices and their prices when his brother is a lobbyist for them? But also, Pierre is in the pockets of all these corporations too. Like it's not restricted to, you know, the NDP and Jagmeet Singhs. And this goes back to this and why everyone is underwater with this. It's because they're all corrupt. They're all in the pockets of these corporations. Most people know that, and they see the prices going up, but the leaders don't care because it's lining their pockets and the pockets of the corporations that line their pockets. It is, but you see him call it out and his base will eat this up. And you don't see the counter. You don't see the left using these tactics, pushing against, pointing this out with Pierre Poilievre the same way. And I don't know if it's an algorithm thing or what it is, but whenever I'm on YouTube and stuff, it's videos in support of Pierre Poilievre and calling out Justin Trudeau that get an astronomical amount of views for Canadian videos. And even my videos, the ones where I'm calling out Justin Trudeau or mentioning anything about Pierre Poilievre, they're the ones that tend to get more attention. Although I've been pleasantly surprised that quite a few of my videos about disabilities have been getting noticed more, which is good. I want more of that. But, you know, this is what the people see. This is what his base sees, his followers sees. They see Pierre Poilievre calling out corruption without ever seeing from the left his corruption being called out. And even though the left might do it from time to time, it doesn't reach his base. They don't do it in such a way that his base finds out about it. And, you know, a lot of the comments that I keep on getting is just conservatives saying things about the liberals that apply equally to the conservatives when it comes to how untrustworthy they are, how performative they are, how corrupt they are. And it's like, that applies to both equally. And like, that's the thing. Pierre Poilievre, a landlord, he's a millionaire. There's been lots of connections to corporations and his cabinet and all that sort. Like, it's rampant. But he's calling it out. His base is seeing that. They're not seeing any pushback against it. And that's, again, a lot of the problem. This, kind of unrelated to a lot of stuff, but I thought was hilarious. I didn't know this was happening. But apparently, Donald Trump Jr. was in Toronto. I want to know about these things to see if I can get a free ticket into them so I can mock and laugh them. But apparently, the crowd size and the composition tells a story here. I haven't actually listened to what this guy says. So let's see. It's a short video.
I'm allowed to say Hamas, I'm sorry. Hamas. Yeah. terror organization. You're not allowed to say Hamas, I'm sorry. You're not a terror, yeah. And guess what? If I get thrown in jail for calling Hamas a terror organization in Canada, guess what? I promise you, please make me a martyr.
That's the only way he would ever get important, though, is by being a martyr. Other than that, he's just a boring dweeb. Oh, please make me a martyr. I want to be important. Please, please, please. I can't say anything intelligent. You can say Hamas in Canada. I say it all the time. Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Although I use it in context. You know, it's important to use in context. And it has been shown in this country, especially by the police, racism is allowed. Especially when it comes to authorities and stuff like that. He will never get thrown in jail for being racist. I love how he's taking this like, oh, I've just delivered the most funniest line ever. I'm so good at this. Just, they're eating this. I'm good at talking in front of crowds. He looks so proud of himself.
Whatever jail I end up in Canada, the people will be so much nicer than they would be in America. Well, it's a good time you're here, Don.
That is one old white crowd. Not a very big room. Yeah, that is some interesting composition of an audience right there. I've only ever seen that in a long-term care home. It's a very old, white crowd.
Couldn't help myself.
Oh, I'd love to go to some of these events if somebody would sponsor my ticket to go to them just so I can mock them. I think I put this here again just to point out, get to know your politicians. Nikki Ashton again. The Conservatives are in the process of filibustering a block and proposed study at a committee on the rise of far-right extremism. With the years of dog whistling to those same extremists, it's no surprise they want no discussion of this. Again, we have to be on alert. They want to strip away our rights. They want this right-wing extremism to expand and grow, and it already has quite a foothold here in Canada. If the convoys and the way that the police treat the different protests are an indication of anything. I always say positive progressive change is always possible. It will become more difficult, but it'll always be possible. And we're going to have to stay vigilant and fight back against this. But another thing I kind of pointed to briefly before, I just wanted to point out again, the imbalance. A lot of Canadians don't know how bad it is in some areas in this country compared to the rest of the world. So imagine we could do this in every nation if every major industry wasn't controlled by 2 to 3 corporations. So Canada ranks 216 out of 237 for the highest average cost of a 1 gigabyte of cell phone data at an average of $7.34 per gigabyte. Yeah, we're one of the worst. And having access to a cell phone is a lifeline. It's information. It can get you on the internet. It gets you job interviews, talk to family, friends, reach out in a crisis. Like, being able to have a cell phone in this day and age should be a right. The same as, like, I'm a fan to a right to a lot of things, like the right to air conditioning will be very important in the next while, especially considering that wildfire season is off to a flaming start already. But this is what happens when we have just a few monopolies run our internet, our cable, our phone services. They're allowed to charge these prices. There's nowhere else for us to go to get cheaper prices. And it's the people with less who suffer the most. It's the people with poverty who can't keep up with these prices, that can't keep up and get the cell phones that they need to be part of their communities. It's so frustrating that instead of focusing on this, they're focusing on this.
No thing. another example of something.
Don't want volume. Go away. I wanted to pause. No, right there. They're focusing on this. Could be focusing on this. But instead it's this. This has no effect on your life. This is actually could be life-saving. Okay. So, now it's just off to the queer news that I've been promising. But before we do that, we'll check the Sandbox. I'm going to take a drink because it's getting kind of dry in here. This is not going to be a 5-hour stream. Here I am trying to take a break and this happens. You know, 2 days in a row of like super long streams, and it's going to take me forever to go through these and clip them. Gaia says libs drink latte, not coffee. Jar woke coffee lids. Why does that sound like an Onion article? Well, here it would be the Beaverton, and I'm pretty sure they probably have something on it by now. Hunger Games 1989, good. I found Tim Hortons support Israel. Now, I imagine some do. There's some independent franchises of it. But, yeah, it's not a Canadian company. It hasn't been for a long time, but it's so attached to the Canadian identity. It's really kind of ridiculous. And I really hate that it's the only coffee shop that's open late. Like, we have all these lovely little independent coffee shops around here, and there were other coffee shops that I really liked that used to be open up later, but ever since the pandemic hit, the only coffee shop open after 6 o'clock is Tim Hortons or Starbucks. That's it. And, you know, coffee shops are places that I like to go to just chill with people and or go on a date or something of that sort. And now there's no more good coffee shops to go to experience something new and try something new and have unique things. Jar, we 100% need gay pizzas. I think so. That's the only reason why those pizzas could be woke in a Tim Hortons is if they're gay pizzas. Looney Tunes 9000, we 100 need lesbian pizza. I think we need queer pizzas of all sort. What would be on a lesbian pizza, says Grant Johnson. I'll let you know in a little while after I go to Tim Hortons. Jar, one thing I will say, especially regarding the straws, I wish they did a bit more of the R&D, research and development. Yeah, they got better, but they did start off pretty bad. Looney Tunes 9000. Oh, Sandy, she is a Zionist. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I'm just not entirely sure those were Israeli dog tags, but the fact that she's a Zionist would not surprise me at all. That's like we have outspoken Zionists within the Liberal Party, but we also have people that are in the Liberal Party speaking out against the genocide. Well, one that I came across. And then Justin Trudeau boldly declaring that Zionism should not be a dirty word here in Canada. No, it absolutely should be. And but the Conservative Party just write them off. They're just Zionists. They're genocide enthusiasts is what they are. My dogs are goth. Damn, Tim Hortons hasn't been a Canadian company since '95. I had no idea. I thought they sold out more recently. No, it's been a long time. Long time. Looney Tunes 9000 says 100, Sandy, and I don't know what that's in reference to, so I'm just assuming everything. I'm not going to get to that many hours tonight. I don't want to. There's other things that I've been wanting to do. I need to do my dishes. Oh, Grand Theft Autobot, I know I'm late. Spouse wanted to talk to me. Conservatives complain about paper lids. Good, stay out of Tim's then. I want to try that flatbread pizza too. Yeah, it has potential. I like a lot of their sandwiches. So their pizza might be okay. Am I not pronouncing things? Am I that tired that Looney Tunes is like, I almost thought that Sandy was saying blah blah's grocery store. Am I that tired that I'm not pronouncing Loblaws properly? Crotchety Liberal MP Anthony House father is running a smear campaign on pro-Palestinian student protesters. I've been covering a lot of him. He's just horrible. I have some clips about him, more going up. Somebody in the Sandbox nicknamed him, and I like it, Anthony Horse Farter. I get that trending. Well, he is so full of horse shit, it would only make sense. Grand Theft Autobot, why is he in Canada? Why has Tucker in Canada earlier? I thought they hated globalism. They hate a certain type of globalism when it comes to capitalism and right-wing agendas. They're very connected. That's why I keep on saying we need more cross-border solidarity, because the right is on it. They work across borders. It's my way of justifying why I should go on the majority report. Only this is something I've believed for a long, long time, because you have so many right-wingers crossing over and supporting each other, but we don't see that on the left nearly as much, because a lot of it gets brushed off to like, oh, it's not important. Like Americans looking at Canadian issues like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that important. It doesn't affect us. But as most of my stories cover, we're dealing with all the same issues. Maybe we should coordinate? Jar, is he trying to find somewhere to grift now that he can't do business in New York? Yeah, well, I guess he was at one of those long-term care homes to give a talk. Crotchety, I looked at the home internet prices recently and it's brutal. There are no low price options. And like for somebody like me, this is my job. I'm not getting paid a lot to do this through ad revenue. Like I have some wonderful, wonderful people who've signed up to be patrons, but it's not nearly enough to cover my costs. And I'm working on getting there, but it might be a while, and it might not ever happen that this channel becomes self-sustainable. I'm still going to do it because of how important it is. But for a lot of people, their jobs are online. And to have prices like this makes people who live in poverty, it makes it so much harder for us to get jobs, to stay out of poverty, to get out of poverty. Like people don't understand how expensive it is to get a job. And if you're not over a certain threshold of poverty, it's basically impossible to get a job. Like when it just comes to things like being able to buy grooming supplies, proper clothing, transportation, a diet that you can, like a healthy diet so you're not starving when you're going into work. Like all of that, you need money ahead of time in order to get a job. And then a lot of them will require that you get certain training, certain certification. If you work at certain retail stores, you have to buy their uniforms. Or if you work in a clothing store, you can only work in their clothing and all that sort of stuff. It's ridiculous. And so to have our internet prices just so high makes it impossible for a lot of people to get out of the poverty they're in. And it's very prohibitive to a lot of people. because it's like I can't even get the cheapest option for internet. You know, I had to upgrade so that my connection is better, so you guys aren't seeing me in, like, you know, stop motion animation. Jar, oh right, I forgot the Beaverton exists. You forgot? I love the Beaverton, they're great. But also just for satirical stuff on Twitter, the CBC pitch bot, fabulous. My dogs are goth. Ever since pandemic, everything closes way earlier here. Yeah. I miss going to a coffee shop and having a conversation to the point where me and the person I'm talking to are the last two people there and all the chairs are up and they're just kind of looking at us like, will you leave? Because I'm a sucker for in-depth conversations with like one or two other people. And I can talk hours and hours. Not shocking, I'm sure, with some people. And like to me, that's a date. Like if we're so engrossed in conversation that we're at it for hours, that's what I want. Conversation that lasts for hours. Jar, when I worked there, the Turkey Bacon Club was a staple for my lunches. I really like the Turkey Bacon Club. And I like their just the BLT, but it's so hard to order that and get it properly. Because if you do it in the morning, they put egg on it, like almost automatically. And I'm not against egg, and I don't mind eating it, but sometimes I just want the crispness of a regular BLT. So hard to get that without egg, but quite often then I end up with two sandwiches because I notice that it has the egg, and then I turn around and say, excuse me, there's egg on this. I didn't order it with egg. And so then they're like, yeah, we'll just make you another one. And so then I'm like, yes. Because again, I don't necessarily have anything against eating the egg. So then I have a second sandwich for later. Looney Tunes 9000. No, Sandy, that's what I thought. LMFAO. I don't even know what you're laughing about because of the delay. You gotta put, I don't know the reference. Darn it. Jar, horse farter is so funny. Brings back images of when horses fart when they run. Why do you have those images? I imagine that's a thing. I've never really thought of it before. Grand Theft Autobot takes the credit. Okay. They're the one that coined horse farter. So everyone, Grand Theft Autobot is the giver of horse farter. Make sure you credit them. Oh, Jar, I rode horses for 25 years, LOL. So then you would know all about horse farting. Okay, let's get into the queer news I've been promising. There's not a ton of articles, and there's actually some positive news with it. So, just important news to get to. So let's get to it. Oh, I don't even think I need to put these earbuds in. That's good. They hurt my ear holes. So, press progress. This is a new thing. 2S LGBTQ plus groups are planning the biggest political action in decades to combat rising hate in Canada. Upcoming Rainbow Week of Action planned in cities across the country. So this is new. Faye Johnstone has been a driver of this action. And already I've been seeing on Twitter people whining about it. Like, oh, don't you already have a month? Okay, there's a difference. So Pride Month is about celebration. This is about combating hate specifically. Like, they're two different issues here. They're different things. And even in Pride Month, we don't have a month. And I've talked about this before, especially last year. It was pretty horrific in my area because there was an attack in Pride Month towards people like me, non-binary, queer. Um, but the month is labeled it, but we only have fleeting moments within that month that we really get to celebrate because outside of Pride events, it's back to the status quo of not being sure if you're safe around certain groups of people, not being sure if you're safe to be out. It's not like we have a month where we have a hall pass and suddenly we don't have to worry about being targets and we're just free to express ourselves. That's not how it works. Because outside of these events, again, we're not safe, and that was drastically proven again last year. Like I said, there's an attack. I have a video on it for people who want to go back and watch it. So 2S LGBTQ plus communities are organizing the biggest coordinated political actions in 20 years across Canada next week, calling on all levels of government to protect and enhance 2S LGBTQ rights. So this was on May 8th. We're talking about May 11th through 17th. The Rainbow Week of Action is a series of events across Canada from May 11th to 17th, organized by a coalition of national and local 2S LGBTQ plus organizations. Already there are dozens of events planned in cities and provinces across Canada, in addition to ongoing letter writing campaigns to political representatives. So I think this might have a key call to action. So you can find out if there's a call to action in your area and participate if you can. Key calls to action include asking political leaders to publicly condemn the rise in anti-2S LGBTQIA plus hate and improve 2S LGBTQIA plus health and well-being, including access and coverage of gender-affirming health care. And there has been rising hate. We've seen attacks on the drag shows here, the book bannings that they want. We have a future prime minister telling us again that he plans on taking away a lot of people's rights. And again, would you be surprised if he used the notwithstanding clause to ban trans women from women's sports? Like, I don't know if that falls in the purview, but it doesn't mean he's not going to try. Governments and elected officials at every level have a role to play in advancing rainbow equality. That's why we've created a list of actions, call to actions. You can review them in full at rainbowequality.ca. I will remember to link this in the description box when I'm done. Well, I'll link this article and then I'll link both. I'll do that. Faye Johnstone, Executive Director of the Society for Queer Momentum, says the Rainbow Week of Action is a response to resurgent homophobia and transphobia and politicians lying about queer and trans people to score cheap political points. So again, this call to action week is so different than Pride Month. Like, Pride Month is about celebration and embracing and happy things. This is about calls to action because we need to fight back against this resurgent homophobia and transphobia. And if you go on Twitter and you see any of her tweets, the absolute vitriol that people respond to her, wow. Like, you have to be, again, she is so brave to be able to stand up and still do all of this and speak up, because she gets attacked unlike anything else I've seen online. And I've been getting a lot of blocking of these transphobes. It is, to be under attack like that all the time and still hold strong is absolutely amazing. Canadians can chart a better path, Johnstone says. We are at a critical juncture where Canadians get to decide who we are as people. Johnson told Press Progress, are we a country that respects our neighbors, even if we don't understand everything about them? We are building momentum. We are building the hype, and that hype is to not tolerate regression and to fight for a more free and equal Canada for all of our families. The Rainbow Week of Action follows years of escalating safety concern after 3 conservative-run provinces introduced anti-2S LGBTQ plus legislation: Alberta, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick. And remember, Saskatchewan is where Scott Moe used the notwithstanding clause to overturn that, because it's the ones where outing trans children to their parents if they're not safe, feeling like they could be talked, or forcing teachers to misgender them, one or the other. And it got challenged in Saskatchewan. I believe it got challenged in New Brunswick as well. And yeah, it's unconstitutional. It goes against our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So Scott Moe pulled the notwithstanding clause to override the rights of vulnerable children. Federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre also started promoting anti-trans and anti-science policies ahead of next year's federal election. Even queer members and self-proclaimed queer allies within the Conservative Party are towing the party line. Conservative politicians across Canada have mainstreamed anti-2S LGBTQ plus hate in response to pressure from far-right hate groups that have evolved out of the 2022 Freedom Convoy's occupations. Many who participated in the convoy movement began targeting family-friendly drag events last summer. Thousands attended marches across Canada opposing sexual education and 2S LGBTQ plus resources in school. And that was the Million March for children that I still need to make my video on, which I still plan on doing. Luckily for the vast majority of that, the counter protests were outnumbering them by a lot. But it is a video I still need to get around to. This wave of hate needs to be met with a counter movement that advances 2S LGBTQ plus rights, Johnstone says. We can't just react to the mud between throws at us by the bad guys, Johnstone explains. These politicians are lying about us. These far-right groups are trying to pull one over on all Canadians, and we need to speak up and draw a line in the sand to stop them from getting away with it. The Rainbow Week of Action will be the biggest coordinated political action for 2S LGBTQ plus rights since the fight for gay marriage in the early 2000s. Gay marriage was heavily opposed by conservative politicians and organizations across Canada, including Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who voted against gay marriage in 2005. Our whole legacy as a movement is fighting for freedom, Johnstone says. It's fighting for a world where we can be ourselves without facing discrimination, where laws and legislation don't hold us back from being who we are. Queer and trans movements for social justice are first and foremost movements for freedom and equality. Again, I'm just so worried. How will he use the notwithstanding clause? Where would he stop? Ugh. Conservatives are scapegoating marginalized communities for society's troubles, Johnstone notes, rather than addressing the big issues weighing on all Canadians. Crumbling healthcare system, housing affordability, stagnating wages, and inflation. They're trying to distract us from their inability to deliver for Canadian families, Johnstone says. Several of Canada's largest unions supporting the Rainbow Week of Action, including Unifor, QP, and PSAC. Queer and trans people are our students, family, friends, and this is from elementary educators. Queer and trans people are our students, family, friends, neighbors, and we're colleagues together. We must take a stand to speak up and say no to hate. Check out Rainbow Equality. Billy O'Neill, a Unifor labor organizer, says the labor movement has a historical connection to fight for anti-discrimination policies in Canada. If you look historically at the queer and trans community, we have used labor movements to not only advance fair wages, better opportunities in the workplace, and safer workplaces, O'Neill told Press Progress, but we've also been able to utilize labor movements to fight for anti-discrimination policies going back to the 90s, like the opportunity to demand that same-sex couples in the 90s have access to pensions and benefits just like other workers. And we saw a lot of unions, especially education unions, going to the counter-protest to the Million March for Children. So the counter-protests were fighting against the queer-phobic people that were in the Million March. And a lot of the unions stuck up for queer people. So it was good to see. Uniform members also passed resolution last year to conduct an equality audit of 2S LGBTQ plus supports in all collective agreements to identify areas for improvement. Strong collective agreements can serve as a buffer to protect queer and trans workers from regressive government policies that strip away their access to health care and other supports, O'Neill added. Union members are able to collectively decide how to use your union's resources by participating in unions' democratic structures. Our memberships want us to fight for equality, O'Neill explained. Our membership comes together and votes on recommendations and resolutions and have overwhelmingly supported the union advocate for equality, for equity, and specifically for the 2S LGBTQ community. When we don't have safe workplaces or safe communities, members are not able to fully be in their true, authentic self, and we all lose out if people can't be themselves. So it really is fighting for equality. So, like I said, I will post a link to this in the description box below, and I'll also link to this, just the list of actions that people can take. There's also this one from antihate.ca. It's another article. It goes over a lot of what I just said. So again, I will post this in the description box below. And is that the same? Yeah, it's the same. I'll post this in the description box below so that people can check this article out as well. And so what are we fighting against? So there's a lot of like queerphobic, transphobic things going on, but again, it's the culture war things. And when the government becomes more inclusive and starts passing legislation, there's always idiots and losers that will make outrage out of nothing. And we've seen some of this down in the States, but here in Canada, it also happens. Idiots posting online how much of an idiot they are. So this person says, while taking a leak at the Ottawa International Airport, I found tampons and maxi pads in the men's room. This shit isn't real. I don't believe it. I'm in the Matrix. Federal buildings now require that there's equal access to sanitation products like maxi pads and tampons for anyone who might be in any washroom who might need one, which would include trans men and non-binary people. And he is just so disturbed by seeing this in the washroom because he's incapable of ignoring it. It's right there in his face. Like, he probably thinks that these tampons have like heat-seeking technology, like AI on them, that as soon as you pop them out of the machines, they instantly go searching for a hole to insert themselves in. And that's why he's so afraid, because he is absolutely acting like a baby in this. Because here's the thing, when it comes to these things in the washroom, if you don't need them, don't use it. So let's hear him whine and cry.
This is Derek Hildebrand of the Western Standard. I'm the Ottawa International Airport, and I came to take a leak before my flight, and
he has to make himself sound all masculine and macho. I came to take a leak. Yep, that's what men say. We say we take a leak. And I'm in the international air and I'm taking a leak. That's why I'm in the washroom. Because why else would you go into a washroom? Like, you know, you can put two and two together. You can just say you were in the washroom. You don't have to say that you were in the washroom to take a leak. I think we can figure that out.
well, I just found some that we've reported on, but I just never really believed it was too stupid to really be real. This is, well, you're seeing backwards on my camera here, but that is...
And it's great that it's free. Because what this does is it also, in all these government buildings, for people who are living with poverty, who maybe or are unhoused, that need these products, can actually go into these buildings and get these products, which is super important. And part of the reason why I was so happy when I saw that this was actually enacted. And credit where credit is due. That was the Liberals.
There's a napkin serviette, I think that's a maxi pad, more or less, and a tampon. I assure you, I am not in the ladies' room. I'm in a federally regulated men's room.
Yep, the federally regulated part. And all federally regulated washrooms now need to have equal access to these products, and they have to be free.
So, I don't mean to take federal resources from tax.
And also, I'm pretty sure the urinals in there could indicate he was in the men's washroom.
Taxpayers here, but I'm going to get a federal resources from taxpayers here, but I'm going to get a.
Conservatives absolutely mean to take resources from taxpayers. That's kind of their shtick.
Oh no, there's no more taxi pads for my dick. Let me try tampons.
There never were ones for your D. That's not what they're designed for. If you don't know what they're designed for, then maybe you shouldn't be trying to get them.
Okay, there's no more out, unfortunately. But I do have a tampon here. The machine appears to be out of maxi pads and tampons for men. But here we go. This is from me in the men's room.
And he's going to enjoy it later on.
At a federally regulated bathroom in the People's Republic of Canada. God bless you, people.
Yeah, he seems so happy to have that long cylindrical item now that he can use all for himself. So, a little bit more news. Toronto Catholic School Board is being urged to fly the pro-life flag at every school in May. Trustees are at odds over it. And this kind of falls in line with them being anti-queer and anti-pro-choice and all that sort of stuff. So I thought I'd include this. I have reached my limit because there's always battles with the Catholic School Board at Pride Month, or if they're going to raise the pride flag or not and fall in line with the rest of the country. So I did pull this up on Firefox as well so that we could see the article. And this is now after I've included the blocker so I don't get so annoyed with it. So Toronto Catholic School Board will not fly pro-life flag in May, even though they were being strongly encouraged to do that. The motion comes at a time when culture wars are erupting at Ontario school boards. We should not have a publicly funded Catholic school board. Done. Get rid of it. Our taxpayer money should not be going towards these boards. The International Pro-Life flag will not fly at Toronto's Catholic school following Tuesday night's board meeting where trustees overwhelmingly rejected the proposal. I don't like nasty politics worming its way into our boardroom or into our classrooms. But that's exactly what you're doing because human rights should not be a political debate, says trustee whoever at the meeting. Well, there's nothing new about culture wars bleeding into politics in schools. It's different due to the coordinated campaign fueling these debates and the deeply partisan divide that has emerged. The motion put forth by a Toronto Catholic District School Board trustee comes at a time when culture wars are erupting at Ontario boards, with debates over issues such as LGBTQ inclusion policies and clashes over abortion rights continue south of the border. So here I think they had to start allowing Catholic teachers who are gay to be able to be teachers. But wow, that must be uncomfortable. It's just no private schools, no Catholic boards, just get rid of them. Because they always go against the rights of individuals to enforce their religion on people and stuff. And it's not something our public tax-paying money should be going towards. So let's just see. Yeah. A trustee says parents who kids attend the board school expects them to receive a a well-rounded, educated... It is getting late, and I am really messing up on my English right now. Expect them to receive a well-rounded education rooted in gospel values with Christ at the center of all learning. They do not expect a kind of indoctrination that this motion promotes. Should we tell her what their gospel values are? You see, a well-rounded education would include things like human rights and science. You know, it would include those things. That's what a well-rounded education, it would include like sex education, you know, all those important things. But when you deny children of that, that's how you indoctrinate them, by denying them that knowledge. So, still an uphill battle with the Catholic School Board. However, a little bit of good news. Ontario wins legal battle for public funding of gender-affirming surgery argued as experimental. An Ontario resident has successfully secured public funding for a specialized gender-affirming surgery argued to be experimental by the provincial health insurer following a years-long legal battle. The prospective patient, identified only as KS, documents filed with the Provincial Health Services Appeal and Revenue Board, was seeking coverage under Ontario Health Insurance Plan, OHIP, for penile preserving vaginoplasty, a procedure in which a vaginal cavity is surgically created while keeping the penis intact. In 2023, KS has been engaging in a series of appeals to review the board following an initial denial of OHIP to cover the surgery. On April 10th, a final appeal launched by OHIP was dismissed by a divisional court of the Ontario Superior Court of Justice. KS, whose identity is protected under a publication ban, identifies as non-binary. She presents as predominantly female and uses she/her pronouns, but does not align with the gender binary. The reason why KS is seeking this particular procedure is because it aligns with her identity, and having the provincial insurer previously deny her request made her feel less than. There have been so many times that I have had to justify myself to be KS, previously told CTV News Toronto. People who aren't trans or non-binary don't have to get that permission to exist. Following Wednesday's decision, KS said that she is ecstatic over the decision. I have been waiting for this day for years, she said in a statement given through her lawyer. Though I know there is still time for OHIP to keep attempting to appeal this, I am relishing this day as it's an extraordinary, huge milestone. For 2 years, KS has sought coverage for the operation. At this time, the procedure is only offered by a small number of private clinics, none of which are in Canada, and there is no peer-reviewed research on the outcomes of the technique. KS's surgery, to be carried out at the Crane Center for Transgender Surgery in Austin, Texas, would align her body with her identity and put an end to years of suffering through gender dysphoria, she said. CTV News Toronto reached out to Ontario Ministry of Health for comment, but did not hear in time for publication. A series of appeal. KS was first denied coverage for the procedure in 2022, with OHIP claiming it wasn't an insurable service. She successfully overturned that decision and appealed to the HSARB, arguing in part her reason for wanting a vaginoplasty without a penis would validate her non-binary identity, putting an end to her gender dysphoria that she felt since her teenage years. At that hearing, OHIP called the doctor a sexual medicine surgeon at Women's College Hospital, who, although supporting patients' autonomy, testified the vaginoplasty without the other is considered experimental by most surgeons. Still, KS submissions that the procedure she seeks is identical to the procedures used with some vaginoplasties in the province, where sufficient to see the panel rule in her favor. But the legal battle didn't end there. OHIP launched its own appeal, and the matter went back to the divisional court. In the most recent hearing held in February, the insurant argued that HSARB erred in deeming the surgery insurable and asked to reconsider, once again describing the procedure as experimental and therefore not eligible for coverage. And as I am increasingly losing my voice with this, I'm going to skip to the bottom. People can read the full argument, or the full People can read the full article if you like. I've been at this too long. KS and McIntyre hope their decision encourages Canadian clinics to start offering such procedures, which would in turn allow more data collection and patient feedback. For those looking to access funding for gender-affirming care, McIntyre adds his firm is partnering with 519 to pilot gender-affirming care legal support clinics starting this June. With the vast push rightwards stemming from recent strong anti-equality ideology, it's been a second dark ages for us and 2S LGBTQIA plus community of late. So this is very appropriate, and correct verdict is a breath of fresh air, KS said. The fight for healthcare rights and equality is far from over, but to all the other trans, non-binary, or gender non-conforming people out there, I want to tell them that there is hope, she continued. Just keep going and never give up who you are. So that is some good news. A little bit more. Northern Alberta town unanimously approves Pride Crosswalk, a tale of two towns. So Barrhead, 30 minutes from Westlock, unanimously approves Pride Crosswalks after weeks of Westlock voted to ban them. So not too long ago, and I've covered it, a little town in Alberta was like, no, we're just going to ban so much Pride stuff that it actually includes other cultural identity stuff because we just hate seeing rainbows on their crosswalks. Well, now there's this other Albertan town that says, well, we're going to have them. The town of Barrhead will have a crosswalk painted in pride colors for the third straight year. Councillors unanimously approved the request, which was made in writing by Caitlin Clark, an advocate for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or questioning community, to paint a pride crosswalk for Pride Month in June during their March 26th meeting. She made the request as part of Barrhead United Church Out Proud group. Roughly 20 group members were in the public gallery, including Clark. The crosswalk will be adjacent to the TD Bank and Tim Hortons. Okay, yeah. Let's see. One comment that struck me as I read through it is that more pedestrians are injured in marked crosswalks, which makes sense because if you funnel pedestrians to crosswalks at one location, there are going to be accidents of some sort, and statistics are going to go up, he said. Adding, the document also states that seniors are disproportionately represented in pedestrian crosswalk accidents statistics due to their lessening physical abilities. Okay, yeah, maybe I should have read more of the article, but like I said, I'm kind of losing my voice here because I'm not sure what that context was. Anyway, we want to send out the message that Barrhead is an all-inclusive community, he said. The intersection is so perfect because we could have Pride Crosswalk going one way and another celebrating and bringing attention to Indigenous issues, one for our Disability Coalition and one for our Legion members recognizing our veterans. Yes, so part of the thing when Westlock banned these was it also was banning things like Indigenous symbols and flags and crosswalks, as well as something like Disability Coalition and all that sort of stuff. Like, it just did an outright ban because it hated Pride stuff so much. So this person had difficulty finishing their last statement as the gallery broke out in applause. So yay! More good queer news. Oh shit, I should have put this earlier. This is not good queer news. So I am going to leave this for the next live stream. This is just Faye Johnstone, again, kind of pointing to why we need this week of fighting for queer rights. So that will be in my next live stream because I'm done. My voice is done. Going to main shot. I'm going to read some of the things in the sandbox, and then I'm wrapping it up before 9. Gaia, queer breaking news, a non-binary won the Eurovision. Wonderful. Let's see. Jar, I am a drag performer. I am a monster, but not because of the drag. I am just a grouchy without caffeine. Jar also says, I have a lot of social anxiety. It did wonders for breaking me out of my shell. Oh, that's good. Drag shows are so much fun. What is that about? Trying to find ones where I know the context. Grand Theft Autobot. I came to drain my snake. You know what ya mean, don't ya, ladies? And Hermit Horologist. Boo-hoo, I'm scared of cotton and paper, lol. Yeah, new Tim Hortons lids now can be converted into maxi pads. That's how woke they are. Yes, Crotchety, it's about time these are made free and available. So this is in federally regulated buildings at this time, where sanitation products are available and free in all washrooms. Grand Theft Autobot, is he going to stick it up his ass? Will he stick it up and already has it up there and leave enough room for it? Yeah, these people that just go on and cry about something that literally has zero impact on their life. Like, they don't have to look at it. They don't have to interact with it. Like, it's a nothing to them. Like, it really is. Like, it's like, oh, I don't need it. Like, I imagine a lot of people will go in there and not even see it because it's not something they need, so it just doesn't even register in their brain. It's not like they look at that and be like, oh my god, does this mean I have to use it? They're just worried at the heat-seeking tampons. Looney Tunes 9000, get rid of Catholic schools, yes. Grand Theft Autobot, yet conservatives blame all that child predation on trans people in bathrooms and drag shows. In response to Looney Tunes 9000 saying, damn straight, Catholic schools and churches are home to pedophiles. Covered that in my last live stream, heavy live stream, my last one, so you can go and check that out if you really want a downer mood. Zaymith, good stream. I've been lurking a while, making curry. Why, thank you. Okay. This. I am done. I am done. My voice is done. I need to have a break and all that sort of stuff. If you can become a patron, really appreciate it. I just put in 10 hours of work for you guys. I'm not getting compensated well for my time through Google AdSense ad revenue. So please, every little bit helps, and how you help, well, it's all depends on your ability. Liking, sharing, subscribing, telling other lefty content creators about me to get me on their shows would be very helpful. Like, I'd love to go on the Majority Report, or even Leftist Mafia. Those would be great. If you can afford a one-time thing, there's always the PayPal link in the description box below, or if you're Canadian, an e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. That helps a lot, especially with Frodo's ongoing vet bills. And, or if you know anyone who can get some art, or would like a pencil portrait or buy a print of my art, you can always direct them to my website, because just even the money I would make from a commission portrait would help me so much. You can follow me on all of these things here, primarily the Hostile Fart Sauna, known as Twitter, right there. Thank you everyone to coming out. It's been a couple long live streams. Thank you to the moderators. I really appreciate you keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to all the people who have already become patrons. I really appreciate the help. Like, it means the world to me to be able to help sustain this channel. But also another way, there's an Amazon wish list in the description box below. Lots of different types of items on there for different types of reasons. If you can grab one from there, and it will make me smile. With all that said, I'm signing off. I don't know when the next live stream is. Okay, now I'm signing off. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.